Chapter 26-25. Although the middle-aged swordsman had completely lost his mind, there was only an inextinguishable obsession in his heart, and that was the obsession with the ghost Yuan tree. Now that he saw the ghost Yuan tree being taken away by Yi Shiwen, he suddenly went crazy. Bang! The illusory sky divine python was blasted away by the berserk middle-aged swordsman. It shrieked miserably as cracks appeared on its body. Its body was extremely tough, and ordinary attacks cannot injure it. One could well imagine how terrifying this berserk middle-aged swordsman was. I can't hold on any longer. The huge body of the illusory sky python was flung away in the air, and a blood light enveloped it, taking it directly into the Tianyuan mirror. The middle-aged swordsman was completely crazy, and he rushed toward Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen's speed was not slow. The wings of wind and thunder behind him spread out instantly, like clouds in the sky, and in a flash he had already flown tens of thousands of miles away. The middle-aged swordsman was chasing closely behind him, and he did not look like he was going to give up. He directly caught up with Yi Shiwen, and sword light shot out. The void within 1,000 miles was shaking violently as if it was boiling water. The middle-aged swordsman was chasing closely behind Yi Shiwen, but Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster. His wings of wind and thunder were fully unleashed. Only a master who had entered the king-ranked realm could possibly catch up with him. Slowly, the gap between the two sides gradually widened. After chasing for 3 days and 3 nights, Yi Shiwen finally completely shook off the crazy middle-aged swordsman. At this time, Yi Shiwen's spiritual power in his body had been almost depleted. If it were not for the phoenix regeneration technique that constantly generated spiritual power, he would have been exhausted. After all, the spiritual power consumption was much higher than flying at full speed. Yi Shiwen hid behind a spatial fault and arranged a magic array to converge all of his aura. The consumption of his magic power was very serious, but it wasn't a big deal. He had already recovered more than half of his magic power in a short period of time. This time he wanted to successfully rush to the peak of the Sage Realm Middle Stage in one go. At that time, his cultivation would leap, and he would not be afraid of anyone unless he met a master in the king-ranked realm. Originally, it would have taken him a long time to reach this step, unless he chose to swallow the golden-back dragon carp king, which had not been completed yet. Otherwise, he would have to slowly cultivate in seclusion. According to his original plan, it would have taken him at least 100 years to complete this step. But now, it seemed that he could completely skip this 100 years. For others, the biggest problem of swallowing the ghost origin fruit was how to resist the baleful qi within it. Just refining the baleful qi within it would take at least a few decades, or even a century before it could be done. This wasn't a problem for Yi Shiwen. After all, he had the enlightening mind ancient tree to stabilize his mind. So, he didn't need to worry about anything. In this chaotic space, Yi Shiwen swallowed the ghost origin fruit, and in an instant, an inexhaustible amount of essence qi poured into his body, transforming into monstrous magical power and dispersed into his limbs and bones. The ghost origin tree was famous, but it could only condense 30 ghost origin fruits at most. It could not condense more, and each ghost origin fruit was very precious. Of course, the ghost yuan fruit was different every time, because the level of the ghost yuan fruit was different from the one he killed. The higher the level of the opponent he killed, the more obvious the effect of the ghost yuan fruit. He had just swallowed the ghost origin fruit and instantly felt that his spiritual power was recovering at an astonishing speed. In fact, he had almost recovered to the peak in an instant. Moreover, his martial power was actually rising at an astonishing speed. This feeling was 10 times, 100 times faster than when he cultivated in seclusion, and it was still rising at a crazy rate. Since he was not going to break through to the next level, Yi Shiwen did not encounter any barriers at all. He just kept absorbing the energy in the ghost yuan fruit. Time passed day by day, and Yi Shiwen swallowed the ghost yuan fruit one by one. After a full 10 days, Yishuin pinched a seal with both hands, and the waves of energy surrounding his body instantly calmed down. For a full 10 days, he swallowed a ghost yuan fruit every day, and finally pushed his cultivation to the peak of the middle stage of the sage plane. But it was not so easy to go further. It was just that it was much easier to take this step and enter the late stage of the sage plane. But at the same time, his power was stuck at the peak of the sage plane, and he could be said to be the strongest below the titled king plane. If it was just a step up in the level, and he could not go further in his power, it would be meaningless. Every increase in the level was a rare experience, and he did not want to waste it. He even had an ambition. If he could increase his power to the undying king plane in one go, it would be a shocking scene. But even so, it was not something that Yi Shiwen could improve in a short time. He could only put this idea aside for now. He would have time to test it out after all these things were over. The titled king plane was a level, and it was also a watershed. Once one crossed the titled king plane, one would be a top-notch figure in the world, and their words carried weight in all the realms. As long as the Emperor King didn't appear, no one in the king-ranked realm would be able to control them. They were practically invincible. Once he could break through this limit, he would become the 8th major figure in the Hidden Valley. He would no longer be an insignificant figure. But he knew that this path was undoubtedly much more difficult than breaking through from the peak of the sage plane to the titled king plane. But even so, it was faster than cultivating to the peak of the sage plane and then trying to break through to the titled king plane, and it was much easier. So, Yi Shiwen chose this path in the end. 10 days have passed. The red-robed old freak should have arrived by now. If I want to break through to the king-ranked realm in one go, I will not be able to do it with ordinary methods. I can only make use of the power of this king-ranked elixir. I have to get my hands on this king-ranked elixir. Yi Shiwen narrowed his eyes and was extremely determined. If it were not for the titled king pill, he would never have chosen this path that seemed to have no chance of success. It was simply crazy. This was his only chance. Swoosh! The wings of wind and thunder spread out behind him, and he instantly turned into a ball of wind and thunder and flew out. He had only flown less than 100,000 miles when he saw shattered space everywhere, and there were people fighting fiercely. He took a closer look and found that they were all acquaintances. On one side was the middle-aged swordsman who had been chasing Yi Shiwen relentlessly. On the other side was Shuelian and the others. They were really old acquaintances. Shuelian was here to track the blood curse in Yi Shiwen's body, and the middle-aged swordsman was also searching bit by bit, extremely persistent. However, it was a pity that neither side could find Yi Shiwen, and they collided on the spot. Shuelian and the others did not want to fight with the middle-aged swordsman, but the middle-aged swordsman did not think so much. He was already crazy and simply treated Shuelian and the others as his opponents and attacked. Although Shuelian and the others had the advantage in numbers, their cultivation was not much different from that of the red-robed old monster, but they were only at the peak of the sage realm. On the other hand, the middle-aged swordsman was comparable to those monstrous geniuses, although he had lost his mind and could not exert his combat strength to the extreme. He alone was enough to make Shuelian and the others suffer greatly and constantly retreat. It was just one man and one sword, but they had the power to shatter the world, which amazed the onlookers. Damn it, how did we meet him? Isn't that the extreme path sword saint from more than 500,000 years ago? The blood celestial horse could not help but roar. So many of them had joined forces, but they were still defeated by the middle-aged swordsman. If word of this got out, they would lose all face, but there was nothing they could do. At this moment, they were actually a little glad. If this extreme path sword saint was still at his peak hundreds of thousands of years ago and had not even lost his mind, they would have been killed by now. The difference between an ordinary peak of the sage realm and an existence of that level was like heaven and earth. Even when these people faced king-rank martial artists, they were not completely defenseless. They were truly perverted. Damn beast, I can't believe we met this guy. Wasn't it rumored that he had fallen in the gloomy sky ghost palace hundreds of thousands of years ago? Why did he suddenly appear at this time? Shuai Lian could not help but be extremely angry. He was about to catch up with Yi Shiwen, and according to his senses, they were only a few 100,000 miles away. Who would have thought that they would encounter such a madman who treated them as enemies and attacked them crazily? Now, the search for Yi Shiwen and the ghost Yuan tree was completely ruined. There was no need to even think about it. They did not know that the ghost Yuan tree had been taken away by Yi Shiwen, and now the place where the ghost Yuan tree had been was far from where they were. If they knew, they would probably die of anger. Compared to the anger and helplessness of Shuai Lian and the others, the middle-aged swordsman's situation was much simpler. He just kept muttering, "Kill, kill, kill, kill," like a mindless killing machine. In his mind, it seemed that killing was the only option. His eyes were bloodshot, and the world he saw was also scarlet. This is a little interesting. Yi Shiwen slightly sneered. If he had encountered these two groups of people in the past, then perhaps it would have been a big problem. But now he could calmly sit on the sidelines and watch the fight between the two sides. Even if one of them won, it did not matter to him. He also wanted to see how strong he had become after his skills improved. Chapter 26. Whether it was the middle-aged swordsman's side or Shuai Lian's side, for Yi Shiwen, they were both scourges. Both sides were here for him, so no matter who won or lost, he would not let them go. He did not make a move now because he was waiting for the winner to be decided. The fluctuations of the laws in the sky turned into monstrous divine light that swept in all directions. From afar, the collision of the 7-color divine light looked extremely dazzling. But in reality, the people who were really fighting did not dare to relax for even a moment. All kinds of divine kingdoms spread out in the sky and collided with each other. The scene was extremely spectacular, as if many worlds had collided together, and the violent fluctuations of power made people shudder. In particular, everyone's cultivation level was actually similar. In such a battle, one could not relax for even a moment, or they would be the ones to die. Even Yi Shiwen, who was hiding and watching from the side, could feel the violent fluctuations in the secondary space caused by the experts at the peak of the Sage Plane. Such a battle could almost be said to be the strongest battle under the king-ranked realm. The battle was still going on, but it was clear that the middle-aged swordsman's side had begun to gain the upper hand, because the middle-aged swordsman did not have any subjective thoughts at all. He only had one thought: kill, kill, kill. Compared to Yi Shiwen, the strength of Shuai Lian and the others was really far inferior. There was no comparison at all. If it were not for the fact that there were more people, they would have already been defeated by the middle-aged swordsman. But even so, such a battle could not last for long. The first one to die appeared, and it was the extremely rare blood sky horse. It constantly spat out blood-colored light and attacked the middle-aged swordsman, but the middle-aged swordsman appeared in a flash and smashed the sword kingdom down, crushing the blood sky horse's divine kingdom and piercing through its body, causing it to explode on the spot. The blood sky horse could not even block a single sword attack, which completely shocked Shuai Lian and the others. They never thought that the middle-aged swordsman would be so terrifying, which completely subverted their understanding. Damn it, is the gap really that big? Shuai Lian kept roaring. They were both at the peak of the sage realm, but the gap between their strength was so big that it was like heaven and earth. I'm leaving. I don't want to stay and be killed by this madman. The red-scaled monster flapped its huge wings and directly turned to escape. All of its confidence had been completely shattered. Compared to such an ancient monster, they seemed to be a bit weaker. Pucci! However, before it could escape, the middle-aged swordsman brandished his sword and sliced the huge body of the red-scaled monster into two. At his level of cultivation, his senses were already unimaginably sharp. He was able to capture such a small opportunity. No, we can't escape, we can only fight him head-on. If we try to escape, we won't have any strength left to face this guy, and can only be defeated one by this madman. Do you want to end up like them? Shui Lian roared as he turned to the remaining two. Let's go all out. I'm going to die anyway. Even if I die, I'll make sure he's buried with me. The great fiend roared furiously. That's right, we're also people of great clans outside. How can we show weakness in front of this lunatic? The experts of the sea race had also gone completely crazy. The three immediately made up their minds to fight this madman to the end. Apart from this, there was no other way. The death of the red-scaled monster told them that turning around and running away was simply not an option. Although there were only 3 people left, the 3 of them joined forces and managed to stabilize the situation. At this time, the 3 of them were fighting the middle-aged swordsman with the determination to die. Working together, the 3 of them were in a much better position than the 5 of them who each had their own ulterior motives. Boom! 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 An even more intense battle unfolded. Under the relentless attacks of the 3 people, even the middle-aged swordsman who had rushed and had obvious wounds on his body. The great fiend had seized the opportunity to claw out 5 huge gashes on his chest, but he was completely unaware of it. After all, the middle-aged swordsman did not have the slightest bit of consciousness and only knew how to kill. If he was sober, he would not have exposed such a weakness. Seeing that the middle-aged swordsman had seized the opportunity to injure him, the 3 of them immediately felt that there was a lot of hope. As long as this situation continued, it was hard to say who would emerge as the final victor. Although they would have to pay a painful price in the end, it was not like there was no hope at all. Yi Shiwen watched from the side. Although the middle-aged swordsman only had the instinct to kill, it was precisely because of this that his swordsmanship became even more exquisite. This gave Yi Shiwen a lot of inspiration. After all, swordsmanship was one of the most important paths in Yi Shiwen's martial arts. At this moment, the situation suddenly changed. The spear in the hands of the powerful great fiend had unexpectedly pierced through the vast sky and instantly appeared in the chest of the middle-aged swordsman, catching him off guard. The spear had directly pierced through the middle-aged swordsman's body. "Ha ha ha, die, you madman!" The great fiend revealed a malevolent smile and burst out with sharp laughter. However, before he could be proud of himself, the great fiend collapsed on the spot. His malevolent smile froze on his face. It turned out that at the same time, the swordsman's swordlight had also pierced through his body. The terrible swordlight exploded in his body, thoroughly killing the great fiend. "You madman! You should have gone to hell long ago." At this moment, the sea race member had completely gone crazy. Another of his companions had been killed, and his psychological defenses had completely collapsed. Ever since he had proven his Tao, and especially since he had reached his current level of cultivation, it had been a long time since he had encountered such a danger. In fact, he could not even find that kind of feeling anymore. However, this was a madman who simply did not know how to reason. He could only go all out. Above his head, a huge bead flew up and set off a shocking frenzy that completely submerged the middle-aged swordsman. Kill! The middle-aged swordsman completely erupted. With a loud roar, the swordlight tore through the endless seawater and slashed into the body of the sea race member. At this moment, bloody holes appeared all over the middle-aged swordsman's body. It turned out that the seawater contained countless poisonous needles that had pierced through his body. This was an extremely vicious method of attack. "It's my turn, you damn madman. This time, I'll send you to hell." Shui Lian roared, and a blood-colored flag appeared in his hand. An astonishing blood-red light shot out from it, and the middle-aged swordsman had no time to dodge before he was struck by the blood-red light, his body melting in the air. After suffering heavy injuries from the previous few people, no matter how strong the middle-aged swordsman was, he had finally slipped up and revealed a fatal flaw, allowing Shui Lian to strike him. However, Shui Lian did not have an easy time either. Although he had killed the middle-aged swordsman with a single blow, the middle-aged swordsman's final sword chi had also struck him. severely injuring him and causing most of his body to explode. Shuai Lian's face showed a somewhat ferocious smile. Ha 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 ha, the final winner will be me. Half of his body had exploded, and although he looked extremely miserable, he had at least managed to preserve his life. All that was left was for him to slowly recover. The final winner. Yi Shiwen's cold voice rang out. Who? Shuai Lian was shocked. Someone had actually managed to get so close to him without him noticing, and when he saw the figure walking out of the void, he was completely shocked. It's actually you! That's right, this person was Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen, who had been watching the show from the sidelines for a long time, was finally going to take action. From beginning to end, Shuai Lian had not been able to discover Yi Shiwen's whereabouts, not to mention that he had been in a fierce battle just now. Even if there was no battle and his vigilance was at its highest, it would still have been impossible for him to discover Yi Shiwen's current ambush. You were actually lurking around? Impossible! You have my blood-refining sex blood curse in your body. If you had approached, it would have been impossible for me to not notice you. Shuai Lian said in surprise, Do you think I wouldn't have noticed your blood curse? It was just a way to lure you over. That's why I turned a blind eye to it. Yi Shiwen said coldly, You. Shuai Lian was shocked. He never expected that the method he was so proud of was actually in Yi Shiwen's hands. It was all because Yi Shiwen was too lazy to deal with him, not because of how clever his method was. Sure enough, no matter how hard he tried, he could not perceive the existence of the blood curse. Yi Shiwen had already removed the blood curse when he was watching the show just now, and now there was no longer any need to keep the blood curse. In an instant, Shuai Lian felt that Yi Shiwen was even more terrifying than the middle-aged swordsman just now. Suddenly, a burst of astonishing blood-red light burst out from his body, covering the sky as Shuai Lian frantically fled into the distance. Even at his peak, he didn't have much confidence in defeating Yi Shiwen. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bothered to expose the ghost origin fruit and summon other helpers, not to mention that he was now half-crippled by the middle-aged swordsman, so it was impossible for him to be Yi Shiwen's opponent. Shuai Lian flew tens of thousands of kilometers in an instant, not even daring to look back. If he had looked back even a little, he would have seen a ball of wind and thunder flying towards him at an even more astonishing speed, accompanied by a shocking sword intent. Puchi! The sword intent directly cut into Shuai Lian's body, and he didn't even have time to scream before he was directly beheaded. Subsequently, Yi Shiwen's figure appeared in the void, his expression extremely indifferent. Having killed 2 powerful enemies, he was in a good mood. After collecting the wealth of these people, he flew into the distance. Chapter 26-27. It was a place of extreme yin energy. Cold winds were constantly blowing everywhere, making it difficult for people to get close to it. Roar, roar, roar. Loud ghost roars were constantly coming out of it, making it difficult for people to figure out how many malicious ghosts were inside. It's already one day past the scheduled time. Why hasn't the deadly scholar arrived yet? At the edge of the place of extreme yin energy, the metal-eating ant swallowed a malicious ghost that had appeared out of nowhere. The sound of crunching and crunching made people shudder. It was as if the metal-eating ant was chewing on some kind of ghost meat. Among these people, the metal-eating ant was the most impatient. Not far from him, the water and fire flood dragons, as well as the red-robed old monster, had already arrived. Could he have gotten lost? The fire flood dragon pouted and couldn't help but say, I don't think so. I've already given him the map. So, as long as he follows my map and doesn't go too far, there shouldn't be any problem. The red-robed old monster frowned slightly, but there was a hint of uncertainty in his tone. After all, the map he had given him only included most of the places in the gloomy sky ghost palace. If he had been teleported to a further place, then he might not have been able to find his way and would have gotten lost. If Yi Shiwen was missing, then many of their plans would become even more troublesome. After all, it was not easy to find such an expert. If he has gotten lost, then what's the point of continuing to wait? The water flood dragon said in a hot-tempered manner. After all, the gloomy sky ghost palace was only open for a limited time. The king's elixir was very important, but the good things in the gloomy sky ghost palace were not limited to just a few. If they were to waste too much time here, then they wouldn't have time to look for other good things later on. Then the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Red-robed old monster, just give me an answer. If this deadly scholar still doesn't come, then are you going to continue to wait? The metal-eating ant transformed into a stream of light and flew over as he said. His brilliant golden light was extremely dazzling in this place of extreme een, constantly attracting malicious spirits to charge over. Even though they knew they were no match for him, they still couldn't resist their desire for blood and qi. They charged over wave after wave, only to be devoured by the metal-eating ants. A helpless smile appeared on the red-robed old freak's face. Seeing that they were already a little impatient, he could only say, "Then let's wait for another half a day. If he still hasn't arrived in half a day, then we'll leave first." He was also a little impatient in his heart. Although Yi Shiwen was a rare talent, but he couldn't delay important matters for his sake. "There's no need to wait for half a day. I'm coming." A clear voice came from afar, but a green voice broke through the air. Several people suddenly became serious. Yi Shiwen's figure landed on the ground. Several people had a serious look on their faces, as if they hadn't talked about Yi Shiwen behind his back. Yi Shiwen didn't care about this and acted as if he hadn't heard anything. He said directly, "Sorry, there was a small problem, so I'm late." In fact, he had originally been able to make it in time. However, he later realized that when he was avoiding the middle-aged swordsman, he had already run off in the wrong direction. As a result, it took him some time to finally find his original path. Otherwise, he would have made it directly. "It's all right. Although I'm a little late, I still made it in time," the red-robed old monster said. "All right, since we're all here, let's not wait anymore. Let's go." The metal-eating ant stepped forward and said, "All right, let's go." The water and fire dragons were the first to lose their patience. They transformed into two streams of light, water, and fire, and rushed out into this place of extreme een. Yi Shiwen didn't say much and hurriedly followed them. As soon as these powerful experts at the peak of the sage realm rushed into this place of extreme een, they set off shocking waves. Powerful, malicious ghosts constantly gathered. The closer they got to the inside of this place of extreme een, the stronger the malicious ghosts they encountered. If the gloomy sky ghost palace was already considered a place of extreme een in the eyes of outsiders, then this place was almost one of the darkest places in the entire gloomy sky ghost palace. It was dark to the extreme. Be careful. Everyone went all the way to the deepest part of the place of extreme een. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen gave a warning. Everyone was shocked. They all looked over, only to see a terrifying, evil wind blowing in front of them. The black storm was endless, almost swallowing everything. That was a dangerous place. "Everyone be careful. We've entered the core area. We'll be able to find the heart-devouring 1,000 ghosts' grass in a short distance. However, the malicious ghosts here are much more powerful than in other places. There may even be a ghost king. Everyone be careful," the red-robed old monster hurriedly reminded. There was no need for the red-robed old monster to remind them. In front of them, a huge monster had already appeared. It was not a malicious ghost, but a zombie. It was a violent ape zombie covered with long green hair. No one knew what kind of violent ape had turned into a zombie after it died. This violent ape was at least 30 meters tall. It was its real body. It was black all over, but covered with green hair. Its eyes were extremely fierce. Corpse ape. Everyone couldn't help but gasp. This was not just a simple corpse ape. It was an existence that had reached the peak of the sage realm, facing an existence of the same level. Even the red-robed old monster and the others did not dare to underestimate it. The water and fire dragons were the first to attack. As soon as they attacked, the power of water and fire filled the sky, rolling into a terrible storm and blasting towards the corpse ape. The others also made their moves one after another, not daring to stop at all. If the warning given by the red-robed old monster had been nothing more than alarmist talk, then they had encountered a corpse ape at the pinnacle of the sage plain right from the start, which made them have no choice but to be cautious. The metal-eating ant turned into a golden-bodied man on the spot. He immediately conjured 2 huge golden hammers, which smashed towards the corpse ape. The hammers were made from his 2 huge pincers, which were extremely powerful life ritual implements. The red-robed old monster's actions were not slow at all. He turned his palm and conjured a sword, which turned into a sword net in the sky and fell down, shrouding the corpse ape. Although it was the first time that everyone had worked together, and there was no tacit understanding to speak of, but the many treasures and means they had made the whole attack look extremely shocking. The violent ape saw that everyone was attacking, and its eyes flashed fiercely. The green corpse hair all over its body suddenly stood up, appearing in front of it like a forest. Rumble! A violent collision sound was heard, and everyone's attacks all landed on the corpse hair of the violent ape. The corpse hair of the corpse ape was very strong, and it must have specially cultivated the Vajra body when it was alive. But now it was even more tyrannical than before, coupled with the incomparably strong body of the zombie. Everyone was actually unable to do anything to the corpse ape for a while. Everyone, hurry up. If we can't get rid of this guy soon, I'm afraid it will soon attract other ghosts. There's more than this powerful corpse ape here. The red-robed old monster reminded loudly, but in reality there was no need for him to remind them. Everyone was already doing their best. They were all veterans, so there was no need for the red-robed old monster to remind them. Yi Shiwen's swordlight also chopped down along with everyone's offensive. The power of thunder transformed into a treasured sword and chopped off half of the growing green corpse hairs. However, it still couldn't cut through the green corpse hairs. Although the corpse ape howled in pain, it still couldn't seriously injure it. The corpse ape looked at Yi Shiwen, and suddenly there was incomparable fear in its eyes. Among the attacks of these people, only Yi Shiwen could hurt it, and the others could not even hurt its skin. Undoubtedly, it also regarded Yi Shiwen as the biggest threat. The others also looked at Yi Shiwen with some surprise. The power of thunder was known as the nemesis of all the Yin and evil forces in the world, and this zombie belonged to the Yin and evil forces. However, this effect was truly too heaven-defying in the case where the realm of thunder was almost the same. Little did they know that at this time, Yi Shiwen was also a little surprised. He did not use his full strength at all in that sword attack just now, only less than 30% of his power. But even so, ordinary warriors, even those at the peak of the sage realm, would probably be seriously injured by him. But this corpse ape only screamed after being cut by him. Zombies were indeed an extremely terrifying race. In the same realm, they could fight and kill all races in the world. A top-notch drought demon could even challenge a kink-and-furred realm formidable martial artist. What's more, when one cultivated to that level, the power of extreme yin and evil was nothing. That was because it was already close to the Tao. When all martial arts reached the end of their cultivation, they would be close to the same. At that time, the power that could restrain them would be very small. Just one was enough to stir up the world and change the situation. In this short period of time, he sensed many tyrannical divine wills sweeping over from the surroundings. Many tyrannical auras were rushing over. If this continued, they would most likely be surrounded by these monsters. In other places, such a tyrannical corpse ape would already be a strong master of a region. But in this place known as the Hall of 10,000 Ghosts, it was nothing, and there might even be creatures of the Ghost King realm. Even Yi Shiwen was a little nervous. The perception of the others was not as strong as Yi Shiwen, but soon they also sensed that many powerful ghosts were rushing over, and their faces all changed. Damn, when I came last time, there were clearly not so many monsters. Could it be that it is because the heart-biting grass of 10,000 ghosts has matured that these beasts have been attracted here? The red-robed old monster secretly roared, "Let me lead the way." Chapter 26-28. Let me lead the way. Yi Shiwen suddenly stepped forward when everyone was still thinking that the corpse ape was very tricky to deal with. "Dear, deadly scholar, the thunder technique that you practice has a very good, restraining effect on these mean and evil creatures. I'll leave it to you," the red-robed old monster quickly said. The others didn't say anything at this time. After all, there was nothing else to say in such a critical situation. In their opinion, Yi Shiwen's thunder technique was the best restraint on these mean and evil creatures. There was nothing better than this. The look in the eyes of the corpse ape changed as soon as it saw Yi Shiwen. He could feel that Yi Shiwen was extraordinary when he had seen Yi Shiwen's attack a moment ago. He knew that Yi Shiwen was by no means an ordinary warrior. Yi Shiwen grasped the void. Suddenly, endless thunder energy condensed and turned into a sea of thunder and lightning. It seemed as if they had entered a kingdom of thunder and lightning. Yi Shiwen seemed to have incarnated into the god of thunder. What a strong thunder energy! In this mean and evil place, all the firm and fierce laws will be greatly suppressed. However, he can actually gather such a level of thunder energy in this place. His martial power is really deep and unimaginable. The red-robed old monster and the others couldn't help but gasp when they saw that Yi Shiwen was able to condense such a huge amount of thunder energy. They knew very well how difficult it was to condense such thunder energy in this place. A murderous intention flashed in the eyes of the corpse ape in front of Yi Shiwen. Suddenly, it opened its mouth and spurted out corpse fire, which turned into a sea of fire which swept towards Yi Shiwen. It wanted to make the first move and gain the upper hand. It wanted to burn Yi Shiwen alive first. The corpse fire was very sharp, especially in such an environment. It was a boundless bonus, and even the invisible laws were sizzling from the heat. This beast is so arrogant. Break for me, Yi Shiwen shouted. The thunder energy in his hand turned into a thunder blade and chopped down. Crash! After an astonishing collision, the thunder blade in Yi Shiwen's hand directly split open the corpse fire, setting off a startling frenzy and even blowing away the corpse fire. The thunder blade's momentum didn't diminish, and it directly chopped the corpse ape's body. Moreover, the thunder blade became stronger and stronger. It expanded with the wind, and its power continued to increase. How is this possible? How can it grow to such an extent after being struck out? Seeing this scene, the red-robed old freak and the others were shocked. They did not dare to imagine it. Compared to the previous blow, the power that erupted from Yi Shiwen now was not just a little bit stronger. Could it be that he had not used his full strength before? Thinking of this, these people had mixed feelings in their hearts. They were also incomparably afraid of Yi Shiwen. Originally, everyone's strength was similar to each other, so they naturally weren't afraid of someone playing tricks on them. However, Yi Shiwen's strength had completely surpassed everyone's. This had brought enormous pressure to them. The eyes of that corpse ape were filled with incomparable horror because he was facing Yi Shiwen's attack head-on. So he could feel an overwhelming destructive power coming towards him. Even a normal world would be completely destroyed by this attack. He directly roared, and a treasured armor suddenly appeared on his body. No one knew which era this treasured armor was from. It was rusty and had some dents on its surface, and there was a lot of blood in the center of the dents. It was unknown how many years this blood had existed, but it still contained a formidable power. It seemed as if it was immortal. Bang! The thunder blade and the treasured armor directly collided, and a formidable power burst out. However, the fierce collision was still going on. Bang! After a long time, the thunder blade tilted and continued to chop down. At the same time, the treasured armor was shattered. Then, the thunder blade still had enough power to chop down. It fiercely chopped down on the corpse ape's body and brought out innumerable green corpse blood. Roar! The corpse ape didn't have any intention of going berserk at this time. He was genuinely afraid. Yi Shiwen's attack had completely destroyed his confidence. He was not a human, but a monster. He had never encountered such a terrifying existence before. At this time, the others also looked at Yi Shiwen with their mouths agape. It was too outrageous that a thunderblade condensed from laws could break a top-grade divine treasure armor. It was simply breaking a top-grade divine treasure with the power of his bare hands. If everyone was really so powerful, then why would there be any need for sacrificial offerings to divine treasures? Wouldn't they be invincible in the world with their bare hands? Damn, this is too fake. The metal-eating ant had to admit that he was convinced. He had always relied on his special bloodline to look down on all the heroes in the world. However, now that he had seen Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength, he had to admit that if there were really monsters in this world, Yi Shiwen would definitely be one of them. In fact, they even faintly guessed that Yi Shiwen had already touched the level of those legendary evildoers or old antiques. If that was the case, it was really too terrifying. They still didn't know that Yi Shiwen was now not even in the late stage of the Sage Realm. Otherwise, they might really be defeated. Since he had decided to kill his way out, Yi Shiwen would not hold back anymore. There was no point in hiding now. The most important thing was to find the 1,000 ghost heart devouring grass as soon as possible. Seeing that the corpse ape wanted to escape, Yi Shiwen would not give it such a chance. He immediately stepped out and shouted, "Beast, where are you going?" The thunderblade in his hand soared against the wind and turned into a giant blade thousands of feet long. It slashed down like a mountain. The corpse ape could not dodge at all. It was directly slashed by Yi Shiwen. Its body was torn apart and exploded. Blood splashed out, and flesh and blood flew everywhere. Yi Shiwen flew out of the demon-calling banner. After swallowing all the flesh and blood, he directly took the lead and flew out. Let's go quickly. Don't waste time." At this time, everyone was like waking up from a dream. They completely recovered from the shock that Yi Shiwen had given them and hurriedly followed. Although Yi Shiwen's sudden surge in strength had increased a lot of pressure on them, under such an environment, the stronger Yi Shiwen's strength was, the more likely they were to succeed. Naturally, they were happy to do so. Yi Shiwen led the way and took the lead. He drew a kingdom of thunder, and the power of extreme yang swept across. Ordinary ghosts did not dare to come close at all, or they would only die. On the contrary, it was a little less troublesome. However, some horrible ghosts, zombies, and other ghosts frequently appeared. At this time, Yi Shiwen's exquisite cultivation in the thunder method was fully reflected. Even powerful, vengeful ghosts at the pinnacle of the sage plane were unable to hold them off for long. They were defeated almost as easily as crushing dry weeds. While the thunder technique could completely restrain these and evil monsters, Yi Shiwen's powers were naturally far above those at the pinnacle of the sage plane to be able to fight to this extent, making him comparable to those monsters. If they still could not see this by now, they would have been in vain. There were both advantages and disadvantages. At the very least, under Yi Shiwen's lead, many powerful ghosts surrounded them, but they were unable to truly threaten them. It should be said that there were very few ghosts that could withstand more than a few moves from Yi Shiwen. It was a completely one-sided battle. This was also a complete eye-opener for them, and they could not help but be a little more cautious. When they returned, they had to look into the background of this deadly scholar. Such a powerful master was not to be trifled with, and it was impossible for him to appear out of nowhere. He must have some background. Yi Shiwen's thunderblade chopped another ghost at the pinnacle of the sage plane into nothingness. Its divinity and flesh were mostly devoured by the demon-summoning banner. Before them, a small island appeared. In this space of nothingness, the small island seemed very out of place. "It's here." The red-robed old monster had a somewhat joyful smile on his face. "The last time I came here, I saw the heart-biting grass of 10,000 ghosts here." He finally calmed down. This time, it was much more dangerous than before. The last time he came, he only encountered a ghost at the pinnacle of the sage plane in the innermost part of the island. After a fierce battle, he successfully retreated. This time, however, along the way, he had encountered dozens of powerful ghosts. The situation was completely different. He could only guess that it was because the heart-biting grass of 10,000 ghosts had matured. Although the red-robed old monster said so, no one dared to act rashly. They all looked at Yi Shiwen. After fighting along the way, although they were unwilling to admit it, in fact, they had indeed regarded Yi Shiwen as the core of the entire team. The team was led by the red-robed old monster, but unknowingly, the core had already shifted to Yi Shiwen. Even the red-robed old monster had to admit this, and there was nothing he could do about it. After all, the rule of this world was that the strong were respected. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen did not act too arrogant, which made the red-robed old monster breathe a sigh of relief. "Come, let's go up and have a look." Yi Shiwen saw that everyone was looking at him, and said without hesitation. He led the way, and everyone followed. Nobody knew when it started, but they had already gotten used to such a configuration. Yi Shiwen was the first to arrive on the island. As soon as he stepped on the island, a cold power immediately leaped up from the soles of his feet. It took a long time for him to suppress it with the power of thunder. The others were in a much worse state than Yi Shiwen. They were sent flying with screams, and there was even a kind of fire burning on their feet. It took them a long time to suppress it with their power, and they still looked a little frightened. Chapter 26-29. It was ridiculously strong. They did not have Yi Shiwen's terrifying skills to suppress it. Everyone turned to look at the red-robed freak. Why didn't he say so earlier? The red-robed freak could not help but laugh bitterly and say, "The last time I was here, it was not like this. Furthermore, I was in a hurry and did not have time to take a look." Yi Shiwen sensed carefully, and his expression changed. "Not good, this is a god nation. We have stepped into someone else's god nation." "What? How can it be a god nation? If there was a god nation, we would have reacted immediately," the fire flood dragon exclaimed. No one wanted to believe it. It was impossible that they did not sense a god nation at all. "That's right, that can't be. It must be something like a barrier. Otherwise, why did we not sense anything?" The water flood dragon frowned. "But what if it is a king-ranked realm martial artist's god nation?" Yi Shiwen said with a dignified expression. Everyone's expressions changed. If it was just an ordinary god nation, no matter how scary it would not be a big deal. After all, they were already at the peak of the top martial artists in the 10,000 domains. Only king-ranked martial artists were above them. Furthermore, based on Yi Shiwen's performance just now, he seemed to be comparable to those demon-level martial artists and old antiques. They did not have to worry about any danger. However, there was only one possibility that they could not do anything about it: a king-ranked martial artist. That was a creature of another realm that was completely above them. No one knew better than them how scary a king-ranked martial artist was. Although they were the closest group to this level, it was also because of this that they understood the difference between themselves and a king-ranked martial artist. Even if a king-ranked martial artist had just entered the king-ranked realm, they would not be able to deal with him. They were king-ranked martial artists and had the ability to rule the world. "Life-stealing scholar, you're not joking, are you?" The metal-eating ant's voice was cold and even a little fearful. At his level, he understood how scary a king-ranked martial artist was. If they were not careful, they would all die here. "I am not joking. This is a king-ranked martial artist's god nation. Yi Shiwen's expression was very serious. Although he had never fought with a king-ranked martial artist before, some things did not require personal experience. It can't be. At that moment, everyone's legs turned to jelly. In this world, only a king-ranked martial artist could make their legs turn to jelly just by hearing his name. However, they knew that Yi Shiwen would not lie. At least he would not lie about this. There was no benefit to it. That meant that there could really be a powerful, king-ranked realm martial artist here. What should we do? The water flood dragon was a little flustered. On one hand, it wanted to find the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass. On the other hand, it was afraid of alerting the king-ranked martial artists inside. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen one after another to see how he would choose. At this time, Yi Shiwen had already become the core of everyone, whether they were willing or not, it was the same. I definitely don't want to give up just like that. After all, this concerns whether I can become a king-ranked martial artist in the future. What about you guys? Yi Shiwen turned to ask them. The king-ranked elixir was too important to Yi Shiwen. Without the king-ranked elixir, he would not be able to break through to the king-ranked realm while he was still in the later stages of the sage realm. It would just be a delusion. Therefore, he could not give up. He could not give up. All right, since Life-Stealing Scholar is willing to give it a try, I have nothing else to say. The red-robed old monster gritted his teeth and said he knew very well that if he missed this opportunity, he might not be able to break through to the king-ranked realm in this lifetime. If there were really king-ranked ghosts here, unless he could get a king-ranked martial artist to help him, there was no way he could get the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass. Following Yi Shiwen this time would give him a better chance. That was because he knew that there was no way he could get a truly powerful king-ranked martial artist to help him. If he missed this opportunity, he might never get another chance. How could he be willing to be stuck at the pinnacle of the sage realm forever? Although he might not be able to break through to the king-ranked realm with the king-ranked elixir, it would be much better than what he was now. Seeing that the two most important people had agreed, the others could not help but hesitate. If they did not agree, they might miss this opportunity. However, if they agreed, they might die. I'm not going to play with you guys. Even if I can never break through to the king-ranked realm, it's better than dying here. The metal-eating ant finally decided to give up. I'm sorry. I don't want to die here. After saying that, the metal-eating ant immediately turned into a ball of golden light and disappeared without a trace. He was also decisive and did not stay, afraid that the king-ranked martial artist would appear. The remaining water and fire flood dragons looked at each other. Then the water flood dragon said, "The two of us have decided to stay and fight." Just as Brother Redrobe said, if we miss this opportunity, we might never get another chance to be king-ranked. All right, if that's the case, let's go. Although this is the god nation of a king-ranked martial artist, I think there must be some places that we don't know. Otherwise, given how powerful the king-ranked martial artist is, we would have been discovered the moment we got close. Yi Shiwen said comfortingly. Hearing Yi Shiwen say this, everyone could not help but feel a little relieved. They could not help but look at Yi Shiwen strangely. Why didn't he say this earlier? Why did he only say it now that the metal-eating ant had left? The water and fire flood dragons were especially glad that they had not made the wrong choice. Otherwise, they would not even have had a chance now. Everyone, raise your defenses. Try to be fast. Although I don't know why the king-ranked martial artist did not attack us immediately, we should still move faster. After Yi Shiwen said this, he raised his thunder armor and rushed forward. The rest of them followed suit and headed deeper into the island. Roar! The closer they got, the more they could hear the roars of many ghosts, which made them shudder. What's going on? Why do I feel that there are more and more powerful, malicious ghosts gathering here? At this moment, the red-robed old freak felt cold sweat dripping down his forehead. He clearly felt that many tyrannical, malicious ghosts had gathered here. If Yi Shiwen hadn't concealed everyone's aura at the critical moment, they would have been discovered by a malicious ghost flying past them. It turned out to be another malicious ghost at the peak of the Sage Realm. The further they went, the more malicious ghosts they could sense. They were so densely packed that everyone could feel chills running down their spines. If not for Yi Shiwen's concealment, they would have been discovered long ago. They would not have been able to get so deep into the island. When they looked at Yi Shiwen, the look in their eyes became even more complicated. Not only was Yi Shiwen's strength tyrannical, but his concealment skill was also ridiculously strong. Even at such a close distance, he was unexpectedly not discovered by that malicious ghost. The other malicious ghosts also did not discover him. This was simply a miracle. Was there anything that he could not do? It was precisely because of this that they were in the mood to continue. However, when they continued, the red-robed old man was so scared that he almost knelt down. It turned out that in the distance, there was actually a ghost king that was thousands of meters long. It had a green face and sharp fangs, and its entire body was black. Its entire body was emitting a boundless haze, and countless laws had turned into malicious ghosts that were singing praises of eternal existence. Although it was extremely mean and evil, it gave off a feeling that it was just and honorable. This was the feeling of cultivating the way of ghosts to the extreme. It was incomparable. However, this ghost king lay there quietly and did not move at all. It was as if it was immersed in the scene. Around it, hundreds of powerful ghosts at the peak of the Sage Realm were worshipping it with their subordinates, chanting some ancient scripture. They could not understand it, but it had the sharpness of the way of ghosts. The center of the island was densely packed, and there were tens of thousands of malicious ghosts. They were all existences above the way-proving realm, and it was enough to make one's scalp go numb. Damn, this is the night of 10,000 ghosts. The fire dragon could not help but exclaim, "This ghost king seems to be in a deep sleep. It can't be that it has suddenly woken up." Everyone's eyelids twitched. If this ghost king were to wake up, they could only flee. Even if they fled, they might not be able to escape. It probably hasn't woken up yet. These ghosts are probably carrying out some kind of ritual to awaken this ghost king. Yi Shiwen said with a serious expression. Everyone became even more anxious. They could feel that the aura of this ghost king was gradually increasing. If it were to wake up, what would happen? However, what made it even more difficult was that they had already seen the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass floating in the center of the ghosts. There were many of them, but they were all surrounded by the ghosts. If they retreated now, they might be safe. However, they would lose the opportunity to enter the king-ranked realm. If they went in, they would definitely alarm many ghosts. If that happened, they would really die. No wonder so many ghosts have gathered here. It turns out that they are trying to awaken this ghost king. D***MN, what should we do? The red-robed old monster could not help but roar to himself. However, he was already thinking of retreating. Anyone who saw so many ghosts would feel their heart pounding and their legs turning to jelly. We are already here. Do you still want to give up? Yi Shiwen said through gritted teeth. With so many malicious ghosts, even he felt that it was difficult to deal with them. If you want to leave, it's still not too late. However, I have to get the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass. Chapter 2630. Yi Shiwen could feel that the slumbering ghost king was growing stronger day by day. It was getting stronger and stronger with every passing minute and second. It was awakening. These tens of thousands of ghosts seemed to be using some strange, sacrificial ritual to awaken this ghost king and restore its strength. He had to snatch the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass before this ghost king awakened. Otherwise, with his strength, it would be impossible for him to snatch the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass from the ghost king. Since I'm already here, I plan to fight. Even if I die, I will have no regrets. If I can never break into the king-ranked realm, then what's the point of living? The red-robed old monster's eyes were bloodshot as he spoke with a crazed look. "I want to stay as well. I've had enough of these days." The water dragon said coldly, "Then I'll come as well." The fire dragon saw that her husband was determined to stay, so she naturally couldn't ignore him. "All right, then listen to me. You guys go and alarm these ghosts first. 3 breaths. You have to hold on for 3 breaths. Then I will snatch the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass. If you can't hold on, then don't blame me." Yi Shiwen said coldly as he glanced at the 3 of them, "Why aren't you the one to alarm these ghosts?" The fire dragon said unhappily, "Because I'm the fastest. With your strength, none of you can snatch the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass in just a few breaths." Yi Shiwen said coldly. The 3 of them immediately calmed down. Although Yi Shiwen's words were very cruel, they were not wrong. Compared to Yi Shiwen, their strength was nothing. In this place, the strongest and fastest person was undoubtedly Yi Shiwen, who practiced thunder techniques. However, if even Yi Shiwen couldn't do it, then they naturally wouldn't be able to snatch the 10,000 ghosts' heart devouring grass from among these tens of thousands of ghosts and deities. This was a cruel reality, but it was an unavoidable reality. If that's the case, then make your move. Remember, hold on, and you will have the hope of becoming king-ranked kings. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Yi Shiwen sneered. Even if the 3 families were unwilling, they knew that Yi Shiwen was right. Then let's begin. Double dragon wave of water and fire. The water flood dragon and the fire flood dragon both roared and reverted to their original forms. Then they soared into the sky, bringing with them vast fluctuations. In an instant, the tens of thousands of ghosts and deities on the island were alarmed. Perhaps they did not expect that someone would dare to barge in when there were tens of thousands of ghosts and deities present. Even if it was just tens of thousands of ghosts and deities, it was still a terrifying force. Roar! Kill them! Kill! After a moment of shock, these ghosts and deities all charged forward. At the same time, the red-robed freak finally made his move. His figure dashed out in an instant, turning into a sky full of red light that swept in all directions, attracting thousands of ghosts and deities away. Their legs had turned to jelly, but there was no other way. Yi Shiwen waited quietly. Every second felt like a year. Although most of the ghosts and deities had been lured away, the sage realm ghosts and deities in the center did not move at all. They were still maintaining the ritual. "No, I can't wait any longer. If I wait any longer, I won't have any more chances." He knew that be it the water and fire flood dragons or the red-robed freak, they would not be able to hold on forever. They might not be able to hold on for more than a few breaths' time. This was not the best chance, but it was the only chance. He could not wait any longer. All of his powers were unleashed in an instant. All of his martial arts incarnations were gathered together, and his training vest was revealed in an instant. It was the first time he had truly unleashed all of his powers after reaching the pinnacle of the middle stage of the Sage Plane. The demonic wings on his back spread out in an instant, and he flew towards the center of the island, grabbing at the 1,000 ghost heart devouring grass beside the Ghost King. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen's speed had reached the pinnacle, and he even broke the sound barrier. Boom! Terrifying power was completely released at this moment. Roar! Several sage, realm ghosts and deities were the first to react, and they pounced at Yi Shiwen. Bang! 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 But at that moment, Yi Shiwen was like a terrifying weapon. It was as if they would die from a mere brush or be injured from a collision. These sage, realm ghosts and deities were beings who could summon wind and rain in the outside world, but they could not even withstand a single blow from Yi Shiwen. They were killed right away, their bodies exploding on the spot, and they were swallowed by the demon summoning flag. How dare you! A ghost at the pinnacle of the sage realm stood up and clawed at Yi Shiwen. The terrifying claw force shattered the sky, and ghostly flames surged, covering Yi Shiwen. "Get out of my way! Anyone who gets in my way will die!" Yi Shiwen shouted. At that moment, his speed had already soared to the maximum, and he could not stop at all. He knew that if he were to stop, he would be surrounded by hundreds of sage realm ghosts and deities. Die! Suddenly, the 10,000 spell, roulette, appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. Thousands of waves of laws shot out, condensing into a terrifying energy tide, and blasted at the ghost at the pinnacle of the sage realm. Boom! The ghost at the pinnacle of the sage realm did not even have time to react. Its entire body exploded on the spot, torn to pieces by countless laws, and was swallowed by the 10,000 spell roulette. Yi Shiwen used the momentum to pass through the area. Roar! All intruders must die. Many other sage, realm ghosts, and deities seemed to have woken up from their deep slumber, and they all rushed at Yi Shiwen. Bang! 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 Yi Shiwen was like a ghost, wielding the 10,000 spell roulette and sweeping it around. All the ghosts and deities that came into contact with his 10,000 spell roulette exploded on the spot. They were no match for him at all. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually happened in just 2 short breaths. Deadly bookworm, hurry up! My wife and I can't hold on for much longer. Suddenly, high up in the sky, the water and fire jiaos roared, facing the attacks of thousands of ghosts and deities. Even with their strength, they would not be able to hold on for long. On the other side, the red-robed monster was in an even more miserable state. He kept retreating, and his body was covered in wounds. At that moment, he gritted his teeth and held on. If he could hold on, he might have a future. If he could not, he might never be able to break into the king-ranked realm. Just a little bit more. Yi Shiwen's roar rose into the sky. He had already rushed to the side of the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass. But at that moment, several powerful ghosts at the pinnacle of the sage realm had already pounced on him. Terrifying attacks swept down, completely shrouding Yi Shiwen. Break, all of you die. Yi Shiwen pulled out the Avicii sword from the Tianyuan mirror, and the sword aura of the Avicii sword turned into a terrifying sword aura. The blood-colored sword aura broke through their attacks completely, and at the same time, it cut those powerful ghosts at the pinnacle of the sage realm in half, killing them on the spot. That dreadful and tyrannical aura seemed to have transformed into a boundless hell in the void. Although Yi Shiwen had only used it for a moment, and then put away the Avicii sword, it seemed as if this powerful ghost king had been stimulated to wake up. His thick arm moved without any warning, and then directly swatted down towards Yi Shiwen. Hurry! 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 Yi Shiwen had no time to resist, and he did not even have time to see it clearly before he felt his body being slapped away. That terrifying power ran amok in his body, and his body almost exploded. Dense cracks appeared all over his body. I can't let it go to waste. Absolutely not. Phantom Sky Python, grab it. Yi Shiwen erupted without any warning. He forcibly withstood the huge force and didn't get sent flying. The illusory sky, divine python, transformed into a huge hand and suddenly grabbed a bunch of 10,000 ghosts' heart devouring grass in its hand. Then it kept howling. It turned out that the terrifying ghost power contained in the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass had begun to corrode the huge hand it had conjured. Fortunately, it was not a real thing, or his entire arm would have been crippled. Boom! Yi Shiwen finally could not withstand it and was finally sent flying, his body almost turning into a meteor. The fire and water dragons and the red-robed monster all roared in anger, bursting out with their fastest speed to escape. None of them dared to stop at all, because although they had been resisting with all their might, they had all seen that the Ghost King had suddenly moved. Otherwise, Yi Shiwen would not have been blasted away. Even Yi Shiwen could not withstand it at all, let alone them. They did not even dare to think about it. Roar! Just as they left the small island, countless terrifying roars rang out. Those ghosts and deities seemed to have discovered something as they howled in a frenzy. Soon after, an even more terrifying ghost howl rang out. That horrifying sound wave caused the entire world to tremble violently. "The Ghost King has awakened, run!" The red-robed monster did not care, madly burning his life force, and directly fled through the void to escape. Even if it would take a long time to recover, he could not care about that now. The fire and water dragons also formed the power of water and fire to escape, and the direction they fled was in the direction of Yi Shiwen. Now that Yi Shiwen had the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass, they had no choice but to escape with Yi Shiwen. Moreover, the scene of the 10,000 ghosts parade behind them was too terrifying, and they really did not want to stay for a moment. The direction of their escape was in the direction from which they had come. Even Yi Shiwen was the same. Borrowing the huge force of the Ghost King's slap, he directly escaped, not daring to stay for even a moment. He spread his devil wings. His power had already climbed to the peak, not daring to stop even for a moment, but his face was incomparably excited. The 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass was finally in his hands. Chapter 26:31. Although he had already escaped, Yi Shiwen did not dare to stay any longer. Behind him, the Ghost King's aura was gradually awakening. A king-ranked martial artist was awakening. What kind of terrifying strength was this? It was definitely not something that Yi Shiwen could deal with now. Roar! A terrifying ghost howl shook the heavens and the earth. Yi Shiwen looked back and saw a huge ghost god rising from the ground. That shocking ghost aura was something that Yi Shiwen had never seen in his life. Although he had seen countless ghost cultivators in his life, none of them could be compared to this huge Ghost King. An even more terrifying power was surging and sweeping. Yi Shiwen quivered because he could clearly feel that the Ghost King was actually looking at him. Its eyes were filled with greed. It had just awakened, and this was the time when the power in its body was about to recover. It needed a lot of blood and flesh, and the abnormally vigorous Yi Shiwen had become the best tonic and blood and flesh in its eyes. It actually chased after Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt his hair stand on end. Damn, no way! Not only Yi Shiwen, but even the red-robed old freak and the water-fire twin flood dragons were almost scared to death at this time. This Ghost King actually chased after them. Naturally, they did not know that this Ghost King was only chasing after Yi Shiwen. From their point of view, this Ghost King was clearly coming for them because they were also moving towards Yi Shiwen. At this time, they, who had already burned their life force, did not care about anything else. They had to escape first. Even if they had to consume thousands or tens of thousands of years of cultivation, it was not a big deal. This Ghost King's speed was simply ridiculously fast. It used some kind of ghostly steps and actually slowly chased after them. Damn, it can't really be that it is not going to let us go. The red-robed old freak was so scared that his soul almost left his body. He frantically ran for his life. Soon, they left the extreme Een and Evil Land. Although they were still in the muddy sky ghost palace, the Een and Evil Chi was no longer as dense as before, allowing them to recover some of their strength. At this moment, they didn't dare to stop at all. They fled as fast as they could. At first, some people thought that something was wrong with them, but when they saw the Ghost King behind them, they were scared to death. They fled frantically, but their luck wasn't so good. Before they could burn their lives, the Ghost King caught up to them. The Ghost King opened its bloody mouth and swallowed them on the spot. Those powerful gods of the Sage Plane were swallowed in one bite and digested in an instant. The Ghost King that had digested those gods became even more powerful. The powerful aura on its body could even be felt by many gods far away. It was getting faster and faster. Let's go. Just a little bit more. The passage leading to the 10,000 Ghost Temple was right in front of him. As long as he crossed this passage, he would be able to enter the 10,000 Ghost Temple, and then he would be able to leave the Ghost Domain. At the very least, He would only be safe in the ghost realm of gloomy heaven. Whoosh! Yi Shiwen took the lead and rushed in, followed by the red-robed old monster and the water and fire Jiaos. As for the Ghost King, it seemed to be completely enraged and actually followed them. Its huge body directly rushed into the passageway. Damn, this beast actually followed us! Yi Shiwen was also taken aback. Could it be that this Ghost King had locked onto him and was determined to swallow him? Whoosh! 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 Everyone directly passed through the 10,000 Ghost Temple. Although the 10,000 Ghost Temple was very big, it was nothing at this time. It only took a moment for them to rush through. In just such a short time, the Ghost King had already taken a step forward and was already behind the water and fire Jiaos at the back. The fire Jiao skills were the weakest, and they were a step behind. Immediately, the Ghost King caught up with them, opened its big hands, and grabbed them. When the water Jiao saw that his wife had been captured by the Ghost King, he immediately roared and counterattacked. "Wife, I'll kill you!" His eyes were bloodshot, and at this time he did not care about the fact that he was no match for a king-ranked powerhouse. Bang! The Ghost King swept his big hands, and the water Jiaos was directly swept away. His flesh was torn into pieces, and he looked extremely miserable. At this time, he finally understood how dangerous Yi Shiwen had been just now. However, his skills were far inferior to Yi Shiwen's. Yi Shiwen could at least protect his flesh from being destroyed, but the water Jiaos could not, and his flesh was directly shattered. When the fire Jiaos saw this scene, he quickly shouted, "Husband, run, don't worry about me." When the water Jiaos saw this scene, they quickly shouted, "Wife, if you want to die, I'll die with you." The water Jiaos roared. The two of them had been together for millions of years, and they had long been very close. At this time, they were actually willing to die with the fire Jiaos. "Kaka, then let's die together. All of you shall become delicacies in this king's stomach." The Ghost King's face revealed a sinister smile as he wailed. Even in the past, he had rarely been so extravagant as to eat a god at the peak of the Sage Plane. At this level, it was not easy to find a master at this level. He did not expect that such delicious food would be delivered to him as soon as he was resurrected. "Damned beast, why don't you go back to sleep?" Suddenly, there was a clear roar, and then a blood-colored light slashed down from the sky. The blood-colored sword light broke through everything and actually cut into the Ghost King's big hands. Uft! The Ghost King's big hands were cut off on the spot, turning into a pool of blood. The fire Jiaos saved it at the crucial moment. She quickly looked up, and gradually, Yi Shiwen's figure appeared in the sky. Gradually, he put his hands on his chest and then said helplessly, "I really don't know what to do with you. Hurry up and leave." At this time, the fire Jiaos finally felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly turned into a ball of fire, wrapped in the water Jiaos that were almost smashed to pieces, and fled. Yi Shiwen looked at the Ghost King, who was constantly roaring and roaring. The Ghost King's eyes were fixed on Yi Shiwen, and in an instant, countless hostility rushed into his mind, wanting to turn him into an idiot. The Ghost King's eyes were also very terrifying, and he could not look directly at them. But unfortunately, he used it on the wrong opponent. If it was used on someone else, it might have been useful, but this person was Yi Shiwen, so it was useless at all. The Mingxin ancient tree resolved, most of it on the spot. Uft! Yi Shiwen spurted out a mouthful of blood. He had forcibly used the Avicii sword a moment ago. His current martial power and realm couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as before. So, the price he had to pay wasn't that big. However, it still made his already serious injuries even more serious. But although he knew that the price of using the sword of Avicii was too high, he had to use it. Watching his companions die tragically was not something Yi Shiwen would do. If there's a chance, we'll meet again in the future." Yi Shiwen leaped up, stepping on a blood-colored sword aura in the air, and chased into the distance. And behind him, the Ghost King was completely roaring. Just now, its arm had been completely cut off. Although it could recover, the sage plane gods that it had swallowed just now were equivalent to swallowing them for nothing, and they were all used to recover. It did not chase right away, but its eyes were filled with incomparable fear. It did not expect that a mere sage plane middle stage could actually use a fierce sword to hurt it. He wasn't afraid of ordinary ominous swords. He was one of the few ominous beings in the world. What kind of ominous weapon could affect him? However, this treasured sword made him truly afraid. It reminded him of the legendary ominous sword that was unrivaled throughout the ages. However, it was also because of this that his eyes flashed with unconcealable greed. If it really was the legendary ominous sword, then if he could obtain it, he might be able to break through this damned restriction and leave this ghostly realm, a place that had been cursed by the Emperor Lord. When he thought of that, he actually gave chase. Although he had not fully recovered and was still weak, his strength was still above that of a sage plane cultivator, and he caught up with Yi Fuqian very quickly. When the flood dragons saw that the Ghost King, which had been seriously injured with great difficulty, had actually caught up again, they were immediately scared out of their wits. Yi Shiwen had just overtaken them, and they were lagging behind again. If they were to be caught up again this time, they would probably really die. They could also see that Yi Shiwen's use of the blood-red sword light must have some serious side effects. It was already beyond their expectations that Yi Shiwen could save them once, let alone expecting Yi Shiwen to save them again. It was simply a fantasy. Hold on a little longer. Hold on a little longer. We will be out of the ghost realm soon. The fire dragon supported the water dragon and kept roaring. She had already transformed into her true form and was constantly urging the magic power in her body to run wildly. The Ghost King behind them was getting closer and closer, but the border of the ghost realm was also getting closer and closer. She believed that even the Ghost King could not really rush out of the ghost realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Yi Shiwen and Patriarch Chi Pao almost rushed out of the ghost realm one after the other, and the water dragon and fire dragon were the only ones left, and they could even smell the stench from the Ghost King's bloody mouth. Boom! The Ghost King directly grabbed out with its claws, and in an instant, countless ghost laws turned into ropes that directly grabbed the water dragon and fire dragon. But at that critical moment, the water dragon and fire dragon actually escaped out of the border of the ghost realm. Roar! The Ghost King suddenly became furious, and it actually directly chased them out of the border of the ghost realm. Just when everyone thought that the water dragon and fire dragon were doomed, a terrifying and vast aura shrouded and directly hit the Ghost King. Bang! The Ghost King was directly hit, and it was blasted out for thousands of miles. Chapter 2632. The Ghost King's huge body flew wildly in the ghost realm, as if it had been attacked by a terrifying force. Yi Shiwen and the others who had escaped were dumbfounded. They looked at the surging energy in the void, as if the entire ghost realm was boiling, and a terrifying force was surging. This is... Yi Shiwen looked at the countless runes that emerged in the sky, which represented another direction of the law, a level that he had never come into contact with before. It was a rune that he could not even decipher now. Even if he operated the mysterious space in his body, he could not decipher the law. Could it be an emperor-level rune? He suddenly thought of it. It was said that an emperor had once placed a seal here to suppress the malicious ghosts here. Yen Emperor! The Ghost King roared crazily. Hatred flashed through its eyes as it looked at the barrier that had appeared. This boundary was a huge threat to ghosts like them, and for countless years, it had also suppressed their clan. Yi Shiwen's face showed a bit of a stunned expression. He did not expect that the great emperor who defeated the Ghost Emperor and suppressed the Ghost Realm was actually the legendary Yen Emperor. On the road to the rise of the human race, the legends of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors could be said to be respected and yearned for by countless people. After countless years, the legends about them were still immortal. Could it be the Yen Emperor of the human race? The red-robed old monster's expression also became a bit more respectful. In any case, being able to become an emperor was enough to be respected by all clans. It was already an existence of a different level. Any one of these sovereign emperor-level existences could dominate an entire era. Although the Ghost King was still roaring, it seemed to be afraid of this boundary and did not dare to move again, which made Yi Shiwen and the others could not help but heave a sigh of relief. It was just that this Ghost King had awakened. Many of those who went in would not be able to escape in time and would be buried in the mouth of the ghost. No matter what, this time you saved us, husband and wife. In the future, if there is anything you need us to do, we will definitely risk our lives. The water and fire dragons came forward to thank him. The situation just now was really too dangerous. If Yi Shiwen had acted a little later, they might have died inside. Now that they thought about it, they still felt an unusual fear. It's just a piece of cake. Yi Shiwen didn't say much and accepted this salute. He couldn't just watch helplessly as his companion died in the mouth of the Ghost King. At this time, he was still recovering from the heavy injuries he had just suffered. He had used the sword of Avicii consecutively and was even hit by the Ghost King. These were all injuries that could not be recovered in a short period of time. All right, let's not talk about this for now. The most important thing now is to find a place to refine the king-conferred pill. This concerned whether or not he would be able to break through to the king-ranked realm. Now, with such a terrifying Ghost King around, it was almost impossible for him to obtain the 10,000 spirit heart devouring grass. This might be his last chance. All right, that's right. Fellow Taoists, let's head to my cave residence together. I've already prepared everything, and all that's left is the 10,000 ghost heart devouring grass. At the same time, I also need 3 fellow Taoists to protect me. When I'm concocting pills, the most taboo is to be disturbed, the red-robed old monster said. No problem. Once everyone agreed, they followed the red-robed old monster to his cave residence. Fortunately, his cave residence wasn't far from here. It was only a few million miles away, and it was located in a meteorite belt. Once they arrived at the cave residence, the red-robed old monster began to refine pills in seclusion. Yi Shiwen and the water and fire dragons began to recuperate as they waited. This wait lasted for a full 3 years. In these 3 years, Yi Shiwen and the water and fire dragons did not leave this place at all. They waited here. However, the 3 of them were not anxious. After all, this was not an ordinary elixir. It was an elixir that could increase one's chances of breaking through to the king-ranked realm. It was hard to find even with millions of gold. Ha ha ha, it's finally done. Suddenly, in the red-robed old monster's cave residence, a ray of light shot up into the sky and exploded. Then, a rich elixir fragrance filled the air. It's finally done. Yi Shiwen and the other 2 looked at each other and were overjoyed. They quickly entered the cave mansion and saw that the red-robed old man had a big smile on his face. He was holding 2 brocade boxes in his hands and handing them over to Yi Shiwen and the water flood dragon, respectively. He then said, "My 3 friends, we have refined 5 king conferred dawn this time. Taoist water and Taoist fire, you each have 1, and Taoist deadly scholar, you have 2. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid that we would have failed long ago. Therefore, I took the liberty of giving you 1 more king conferred dawn. I think that Taoist water and Taoist fire wouldn't have any objections. The remaining 1 is for me." The red-robed old monster looked at the water and fire dragons. "We are already very satisfied with the king-ranked elixir. Why would we have any objections?" The water and fire dragons said hurriedly. If it had been before, they would definitely have been dissatisfied. But now, how could they be dissatisfied? After all, their lives were saved by Yi Shiwen. If Yi Shiwen had not saved them, they would have been dead. There was no way they could have gotten the king-ranked elixir. Yi Shiwen did not expect to get 1 more this time, but he did not reject it. After all, there was another chance to break through to the king-ranked realm. How could he reject it? Thank you, my friend. Yi Shiwen cupped his hands and said, "Ha ha ha, you're welcome. When we meet again in the future, I hope that all of you will be kings, able to call the wind and summon the rain." The red-robed old monster said in a good mood. After so many years, he finally had the chance to break through to the king-ranked realm. How could he not be in a good mood? If that's the case, I'll take my leave. Yi Shiwen could not wait to test it out. He was now at the peak of the middle stage of the Sage Realm. In terms of combat ability, he had also reached the peak of the Sage Realm. He could definitely try to break through to the king-ranked realm. He immediately returned to the Hidden Valley. After paying his respects to the Flame Master, Yi Shiwen immediately went into seclusion. Time passed. Hundreds of years passed in the blink of an eye. Cultivating in the mountains was timeless. In a different space, deep inside the blood prison, a ball of lightning energy exploded all of a sudden. After a long time, a figure walked out from it. It was Yi Shiwen. He looked regretful. What a pity. I was so close. I didn't expect it to be so difficult to break through to the king-ranked realm from the Sage Realm. I was so close to success, but I still failed at the last moment. Yi Shiwen could not help but sigh. In the past hundreds of years, he had been trying to break through to the king-ranked realm. It was a pity that he had failed at the last moment. However, this failure also gave him a very valuable experience. Fortunately, I still have a king-ranked elixir. With the experience of this breakthrough, I have 100% confidence that I can push my combat ability to the king-ranked realm next time. Yi Shiwen clenched his fists tightly. Although he had failed at the last moment, he had seen many of the mysteries of the king-ranked realm. He was mesmerized. This was the power that he wanted to achieve next. He wanted to surpass everyone else. But it should be soon. It shouldn't take too long. In the Tianyuan mirror, Yi Qianqian had not yet awakened. She was still absorbing the remaining power of the Death Master. Once she awakened, she would probably be an unparalleled martial artist who had inherited the Death Master's immense power. The golden-back dragon carp king that he was most concerned about had already entered the last stage of transformation. It would be completed in a few decades. It would be of great use when he really wanted to break through to the king-ranked realm. A few decades ago, he had sent people to the ancient Phoenix domain to ask about Hua Menghan. However, the result was that Hua Menghan was still in seclusion. She seemed to have inherited the ancient heavenly phoenix's legacy. Until now, there were no signs of her coming out. This was the life of a cultivator. Often, seclusion could last for hundreds or even thousands of years. It was not strange. Since he had nothing to do, he decided to enter seclusion again. As for the Kurfürst Road that was nearing its end, he did not care anymore. After all, it was not the first time the Kurfürst Road had opened. In recent years, it had opened countless times. Each time it was just the same. There was no difference. Yi Shiwen, you are out of seclusion. Come and see me. Suddenly, the Lord of Flames sent a voice transmission to Yi Shiwen. All right. Yi Shiwen nodded. Given his current strength, he could definitely be on equal footing with the Lord of Flames. However, the Lord of Flames had helped him so much in the past. Yi Shiwen remembered it in his heart and would not act presumptuously. When he saw the Lord of Flames again, he could tell at a glance that this was just a clone. He suddenly recalled that when he had just returned to Hidden Valley, he had heard that the Lord of Flames was in seclusion. He was in seclusion to break through to the king-ranked realm. The Lord of Flames had been in this realm for millions of years. Given his talents, he could have broken through a long time ago. However, because he wanted to find the opportunities in the Kurfürst Road, he had forcefully suppressed it. Now that this knot in his heart had been untied, he naturally began to enter seclusion to break through. By the time he came out of seclusion, there would probably be an 8th king-ranked king in the Hidden Valley. His strength would have increased yet again. Congratulations, Supremacy. It looks like Supremacy is not far from breaking through to the king-ranked realm. Yi Shiwen looked at it for a while and suddenly smiled. Although this was just a clone, supremacy's condition could be reflected on this clone. The Lord of Flames clone was already surrounded by an indescribable and mysterious aura. This was the unique aura of a king-ranked realm formidable martial artist. It looked like it was only a matter of time before he broke through again. However, Yi Shiwen already had the ability to break through. It was only a matter of time. You can call me senior brother from now on. You have that kind of strength now. The Lord of Flame smiled and said. He did not deny it. Chapter 26:33. In the past, his strength was completely above Yi Shiwen's. At that time, it was fine for Yi Shiwen to call him Supreme Being. However, in just a few thousand years, Yi Shiwen had caught up. It was not appropriate for him to call him Supreme Being anymore. After all, they were not master and disciple. Yi Shiwen thought for a moment but didn't say anything. He just took advantage of the situation and accepted it. Anyway, it was just a matter of address. Yes, senior brother. Yi Shiwen said, There's nothing strange about my cultivation. It's just a matter of when I broke through. Junior brother, on the other hand, compared to over 100 years ago, you are more refined and have more accumulation, right? The Lord of Flames had sharp eyes. He could tell at a glance. Although Yi Shiwen had hidden it very well, he still could not hide it from him. However, he felt a little strange. Yi Shiwen did not look like he had just broken through. On the contrary, it seemed like he had broken through for hundreds of thousands of years. This meant that his accumulation was very deep. But even so, after such a long time, Yi Shiwen was still unable to break through to the late stage of the Sage Realm. This seemed a little unreasonable. Of course, he did not know that Yi Shiwen was planning something crazy. He wanted to break through to the late stage of the Sage Realm and break through to the king-ranked realm at the same time. Otherwise, with his accumulation, he would have broken through to the late stage of the Sage Realm long ago. It's just a little improvement. It's nothing. But why did you call me here, senior brother? Yi Shiwen asked, feeling strange. Junior brother, you haven't paid attention to the Kurfürst Road for a long time, right? The Lord of Flames asked. Yes, that's true. Yi Shiwen frowned. Did something go wrong in the Kurfürst Road? His family was in the Kurfürst Road. He could not possibly not care at all. It was just that the transporter talisman had not been refined yet. Even if he wanted to bring them out, there was no other way. Did something happen in the Kurfürst Road? Indeed, something happened in the Kurfürst Road. An organization called the Heavenly Alliance appeared in the Kurfürst Road. They are suppressing the development of the major forces in the Kurfürst Road. Even the geniuses of the various forces are being hunted. This has caused a lot of trouble recently. The Lord of Flames frowned and said, How is it possible? There isn't much time left in the Kurfürst Road. What's the point even if they can dominate the Kurfürst Road? Yi Shiwen's voice changed slightly. With his scheming and shrewdness, it was indeed difficult for anything to move him. But the Emperor's Road was definitely one of them. Although all the major forces had extended their forces into the Kurfürst Road, they were only extending their tentacles to look for the so-called opportunities. They had no intention of dominating inside. After all, it could only be opened for 1,000 years every 100,000 years. It would be meaningless even if they dominated the Kurfürst Road. Moreover, they would be suppressed by the other forces outside. It was simply not worth it. No one would do such a thing. It should be said that no one had ever done such a thing before. That's right. Initially, we were a little puzzled too. It seemed like there was only one benefit to doing so, and that was to dominate the Kurfürst Road and find the so-called opportunities in the next 100,000 years. However, since the last time the opportunity appeared, it has been so many years since then that we don't even know if it still exists. We were also very puzzled. But then there was a piece of news. Our Hidden Valley's undercover agent in the Heavenly Alliance actually saw the people of the Tian clan in the Kurfürst Road. The Lord of Flames said, Tian clan. Yi Shiwen immediately understood why the Lord of Flames would call him here. In this world, if there was a force that all forces were afraid of and vigilant against, it would be the Tian clan. It was a race that had launched 2 wars against the heavens. It was a behemoth that had defeated countless glorious races. Even though it had been exiled to the endless void, it still made people tremble with fear. They were always worried that they would return and once again dominate the heavens. They could not help but tremble with fear. Now, almost all of these glorious sects were one of the main forces in the war against the heavens. Many sects simply relied on robbing the many collections and treasures of the Tian clan to become rich overnight, thereby establishing the foundation of their sections. In other words, their glory was built on the blood and tears of the Tian clan. They could not help but be shocked, even though the fundamental reason was that the appetite of the Tian clan was too big. Originally, they only wanted to rule the heavens. However, after the 2 wars against the heavens, although the vitality of all the races was greatly damaged, the Tian clan did not fare much better. They suffered heavy losses. The remnants of the Tian clan in the heavens even shouted that when they returned next time, they would uproot all the major forces and eliminate all intelligent life forms. Apart from them, this world no longer needed any intelligent life forms. Therefore, how could it not make the major forces panic and be alarmed 3 times a day? The Heaven Alliance shouldn't be organized by the Tian clan? They use this name so openly. They are really afraid that others don't know about it. Yi Shiwen suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He thought of something and said, "That's right. That's right. That's exactly the case. We were worried because we thought of this. In the past few thousand years, the activities of the Sky Clan have been getting more and more frequent. Previously, they had severely damaged the ancient Phoenix realm and caused the fall of the Phoenix King. This had already exposed their strength. Now, they have become even more unscrupulous in their actions. The worst thing is that we don't even know to what extent their strength has recovered and how many of their hidden forces are still in the myriad worlds. The strength of the Tian clan could be said to be able to fight against the combined forces of all the major forces in the heavens. What was even more frightening was that after so many years, those emperor-level experts who had attained Tao had either fallen, passed away, or disappeared. On the surface, there was not even a single emperor-level expert holding the fort. How could they have the confidence to fight against the Tian clan? In the previous 2 wars against the heavens, more than 10 emperor-level experts from both sides had dominated the battlefield. Until now, it was still an epic legend. Once the war against the heavens started again, if there were no emperor-level experts holding the fort, it was very likely that all of them would be annihilated. "What do you mean, Senior?" Yi Shiwen asked. "I hope that you can return to the Kurfürst Road. Right now, the Kurfürst Road does not allow king-ranked experts to enter. Otherwise, we would have entered a long time ago. In the Hidden Valley, apart from me, only you have the strength to do as you please. If it is possible, I hope that you can destroy the Heaven Alliance. If it is impossible, you have to bring all the people from the Hidden Valley back. They are the cream of the crop. Not a single one of them can be lost." The Flame Lord instructed. Those experts from the Hidden Valley that were sent to the Kurfürst Road could be said to be the elites of the elites. Losing even one of them would be a heartache. If all of them were annihilated, then the Hidden Valley had worked for millions of years for nothing. Their strength would have regressed by millions of years. "I understand." Yi Shiwen nodded. "It is good that Junior understands. In these troubled times, the only thing we can do is to increase our strength as much as possible so that we can deal with the upcoming calamity. I can already feel the arrival of the calamity. Too many things are not normal. The originally quiet, heavenly race survivors are becoming more and more arrogant. I wonder if something has happened to the seal of the heavenly race." The Flame Lord could not help but say. Yi Shiwen's expression became even more solemn. Previously, Yi Wudi had said that there would be a terrifying world of chaos and a huge calamity. Even king-ranked experts would only be able to protect themselves. In fact, they might not even be able to do so. There might even be emperor-level experts who had attained the Tao. Now, the Flame Lord had also said the same thing. Although he did not say it as confidently as Yi Wudi, it was probably inevitable. There were many calamities in the myriad realms. However, no matter how big the calamities in the past were, they could not possibly involve experts of their level. It could even be said that some of the calamities were single-handedly controlled by some of them. However, now an even bigger world of chaos was about to descend. These people would not be able to protect themselves. At this moment, Yi Shiwen was even more determined to increase his strength. When he returned from the Kurfürst Road, he would have to use the other king-ranked elixir to break through to the king-ranked realm. By then, even if the calamity were to descend, he would have the strength to protect himself. If it's just the heavenly race, there's nothing to be afraid of. After all, it's just some heavenly race survivors. I don't think they can cause too much trouble. I'm just afraid that they have really found an opportunity in the Kurfürst Road. The heavenly race's aptitude is already frighteningly high. If they find this opportunity and produce another emperor-level expert, I'm afraid we will be finished. The Flame Lord said, I always feel that the heavenly race will not do things without purpose. They will not do anything useless. When Junior Brother enters the Kurfürst Road, you must be more careful and do more research. If you really can't do it, you can come back by yourself. The Flame Lord hinted vaguely, afraid that Yi Shiwen would act recklessly. In the hearts of the Hidden Valley's higher-ups, Yi Shiwen's usefulness and value were many times greater than those old antiques. He was another top-notch expert who had the hope of breaking through to the king-ranked realm. Even if those old antiques died, Yi Shiwen could not afford to lose him. If that's the case, then there's no time to lose. I'll make a trip to the Kurfürst Road immediately. I'll talk to Senior Brother when I come back. Yi Shiwen said goodbye and headed to the Kurfürst Road. Originally, Yi Shiwen thought that the matter of the Kurfürst Road had come to an end and that there would not be any more interactions in the short term. He did not expect that in such a short period of time there would be waves again. Chapter 2634. After Yi Shiwen entered the Kurfürst Road, he realized that the Heavenly Alliance was already very powerful. People wearing the Heavenly Alliance's uniform could be seen everywhere. He found someone and found out that in the Kurfürst Road, it could be said that the Heavenly Alliance was the most powerful force. No one knew when the Heavenly Alliance had poured in a large number of experts, directly beating the experts of the various forces into retreat, and they began to kill without restraint. Even those famous peerless geniuses who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, had fallen in the hands of the Heavenly Alliance. All of this caused a great commotion. Many of the current geniuses became the Heavenly Alliance's targets. Some well-known experts had already fallen in the hands of the Heavenly Alliance, including Ao Chaozong of the Dragon Clan. It was said that Ao Chaozong, who had just entered the peak of the Sage Plain, was ambushed and killed. Everyone on the Dragon Island was extremely furious. Countless experts poured in and fought with the Heavenly Alliance, but they were no match for the Heavenly Alliance. Judging from the number of experts at the peak of the Sage Plain, they completely surpassed the Dragon Island. This made many people realize where the problem was. The Heavenly Alliance had unknowingly gathered a huge force that surpassed all the major forces. After surrounding and killing Ao Chaozong, the geniuses of all the major forces were almost surrounded and killed overnight. Hidden Valley's young Kuenping was among them, and he was the main target. All the guards and experts around him were either killed or injured, and he himself was barely able to escape with his Kuenping leaping through the 9 heavens technique, shocking everyone. Moreover, Ji Xianhuang of the Ji clan was also a key target. In the end, he killed dozens of experts in a row and escaped. However, not everyone was as lucky as these two people. Apart from the few Matchless Heavens Pride experts who had been killed by Yi Shiwen previously, More than half of the people who had entered this time had been killed. This had shocked the world. However, this was nothing compared to the changes in the entire Kurfürst Road. One after another, powerful peerless geniuses and antiques fell in the siege. Many peerless figures who had the hope of breaking into the king-ranked realm died in the Kurfürst Road before they could fully display their strength and start their reign. For a moment, everyone was panicking and everyone was in danger. Many local forces on the Kurfürst Road also raised their flags and cooperated with the Heavenly Alliance's counterattack. As it turned out, they had been secretly controlled by the Heavenly Alliance, or they were the spies that the Heavenly Alliance left behind. It was not hard to imagine how long the Heavenly Alliance had been planning in the Kurfürst Road. It might have started millions of years ago, but now it had burst out and caught everybody unprepared. 1/3 of those peerless figures whose names had shaken the world in the past had actually betrayed the Heavenly Alliance. Only then did people realize that these monstrous geniuses were actually pawns of the Heavenly Alliance. 1/3 of these monstrous geniuses had fallen. The number of people left was actually less than 1/3 of the original number. The world was shaken by such a small number. Right now, the entire Kurfürst Road was in a period of complete chaos. The geniuses who dominated the world had also perished in large batches, which made many people even more anxious. They did not dare to stay and left one after another. Except for the locals who could not leave, many people had left. Although the Kurfürst Road was dangerous in the past, it was not as dangerous as this. Now, it had already exceeded the limit of what they could bear. Even the monstrous geniuses who were regarded as supreme geniuses had fallen in large batches. The major forces had suffered great losses and wanted to vomit blood. It just so happened that in the Kurfürst Road, king-level powerhouses were not allowed to enter. Otherwise, there would have been earth-shattering battles. The Heavenly Alliance seemed to want to see the world in chaos and went on a killing spree. Yi Shiwen did not know what the ultimate goal of the Heavenly Alliance was, but he felt that the Heavenly Alliance seemed to want to drive everyone out. However, the Heavenly Alliance's goal was about to be achieved. Yi Shiwen did not know about the situation of the other forces, but the Hidden Valley had begun to withdraw a large number of people from the outside. They were originally going to return to the car because the Kurfürst Road was about to end, but they did not expect such a big storm to appear at the end. The more it was like this, the more it showed that they wanted to hide something. However, at this time, Yi Shiwen did not have time to care about this at all. He had to return to the Z family. He suddenly felt that the Yen Capital Alliance must have some relationship with the Heavenly Alliance. If that was the case, the Yen Capital Alliance would definitely not let go of this opportunity easily. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen was even more anxious in his heart. He constantly shuttled through the space and rushed in the direction of the Yen Capital Alliance. At this time, the Yen capital had already been surrounded by the army. Countless masters were riding on the clouds, and the escape light completely covered the sky. The ancient arrays of the Z family were activated one after another, but they were destroyed one after another. Countless arrays were annihilated as soon as they were activated. A terrible war was going on. The Z family had a deep foundation. It could dominate the Yen Capital Alliance for millions of years. Naturally, its foundation could not be underestimated. However, the opponent was even more terrifying. It was unknown where the masters gathered, but they actually defeated the tentacles of the Z family in the Yen Capital Alliance. They killed their way to the nest of the Z family, the Yen capital. However, even if they withdrew all their forces, it was time to face the Yen Capital Alliance. No, it should be said that it was time for the Heavenly Alliance to counterattack. The entire Yen Capital Alliance was actually just a branch of the Heavenly Alliance. Although the original power of the Yen Capital Alliance had been completely annihilated by the Z family, the power of the Heavenly Alliance was huge and terrifying. After the launch, they mobilized powerful forces from other places to wipe out all resistance forces. In the face of this force, the Z family had no power to resist at all. In the depths of the Z family, the battle had not spread here for the time being, but it was only a matter of time. At this time, the Z family was completely in a mess. Zining Yuan looked at the defense line, representing the Z family retreating in the void. He frowned slightly, and his expression was extremely solemn. Father, the family members, and some potential seeds have been transferred out. Yi Genshin's figure appeared beside him. Well, that's good. You should go too. There's no need to stay here, Zining Yuan said. At this point, anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Z clan was doomed. Therefore, the Z clan could only start to arrange a way out. While they were constantly resisting in the front line, they took away some important books and seed disciples of the Z clan. The Z family, a big family that had been glorious for more than 1,000,000 years, had such preparations. Even if the space was blocked, they had a way to send a small number of people out. At this point, how could they not understand that there was no everlasting banquet in this world? Even the most powerful inheritance could not guarantee that it would not end one day. They must prepare in advance. No, I want to stay, Yi Junshan said with a firm expression. If you stay, then our Z family will really have no hope at all. You are the most talented genius in our family for so many years. Only you have the hope of reviving our Z family in the future. The Heavenly Alliance is fierce, but it is not a permanent solution. After all, there are many king-class sects outside. We can't really let them run wild forever. In 100,000 years at most, they will counterattack. At that time, our Z family may have a day to turn over, so you must leave and lead the Z family to survive. Zining Yuan said, let me stay. If the foundation left by our ancestors is destined to fall today and needs martyrs, let me do it. My cultivation has reached the peak, and there is no possibility of a higher level. But, Junshan, you are different. You still have unlimited possibilities. You may even be conferred king class in the future. The hope of the Z family is all on you. Yi Junshan still wanted to say something, but Zining Yuan waved his hand and stopped him from continuing. Yi Junshan jumped out, and when he reappeared, he was already in the front line. Black Granny, stop! At this time, Black Granny seemed to have gone crazy and was killing crazily. A master at the peak of the Sage Realm went crazy, and her power was terrifying. But at this time, another top master of the Z family, Lu Wang, was pinned down in other places and could not come to help at all. This time, the Yen Capital Alliance made a comeback, and the masters they brought were far more than just Black Granny, an invincible master at the peak of the Sage Realm. At the same time, there were 7 or 8 masters who came together. Zining Yuan had heard of some of them. They were invincible figures from other heavens, and there were a few whose names he had never even heard of. What was more frightening was not Black Granny and the others. If it were only Black Granny and the others, the Z family would not have been beaten so badly. Even in Yen Capital, they could not maintain a balance. The most frightening was one of the people in the shadows. When he made a move, the entire line of defense of the Z family collapsed. Perhaps because he was sure that he could win. This person did not often make a move. He only occasionally broke the stalemate. Otherwise, the Z family would have fallen long ago. But even so, the Z family would not have been able to hold on for long. It was nothing more than continuing to hold on and buying time to move important people. Hee, Zining Yuan, you finally showed up. Where is that deadly scholar from last time? Why hasn't he come out? Black Granny laughed sinisterly and looked at Zining Yuan as if she was looking at some prey. She still remembered clearly the scene when she was chased by Yi Shiwen to the point where there was no way out. Now that she was back, the first thing she wanted to do was find that deadly scholar and tear him to pieces to vent her hatred. You still dare to say that? I wonder who was the one who ran away in panic last time. Zining Yuan said coldly. He naturally would not say that the deadly scholar was actually his grandson. Yi Shiwen was also the power that he had high hopes for the revival of the Z family. You're courting death. Black Granny was instantly enraged. Zining Yuan had seen through her, and she pounced at Zining Yuan. Suddenly, the army of the Weir Capital Alliance started to stir. Chapter 2635. A ball of lightning actually pierced through the entire army of the Yen Capital Alliance, forming a terrifying energy tide. Everywhere it passed, there was no one who could withstand it. The people of the Yen Capital Alliance were vaporized in midair. A huge vacuum was revealed. Everyone was stunned, looking at the scene before them, completely dumbfounded. That lightning, could it be? Zi Ningyuan's eyes widened. There was joy in his eyes, but also worry. He was happy because he had another powerful ally at this time. However, he was worried because, even with such a powerful ally, the way he saw it, it would be of no help at all. It would only drag his grandson into the mess, and that was not what he wanted to see. "It's the deadly scholar?" Black Granny's face revealed a look of joy. "I can finally get my revenge." "You're courting death!" Black Granny's eyes suddenly widened before she finished speaking. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and her ugly old face revealed a look of disbelief. She did not know when a big hole had appeared in her chest. A lightning blade had appeared in her chest, piercing through her. Impossible! How could I not have felt it? Black Granny was in utter disbelief because she did not react at all. She only reacted when she was severely injured. "I didn't expect you to escape last time, and you still dare to come this time. Explode!" A clear voice was heard, and Black Granny's body suddenly exploded. Boundless lightning power burst out, and Black Granny was vaporized in an instant. The scene was extremely terrifying because she did not explode. For gods, especially gods at such a level, they would be able to be reborn as long as they had a single cell. However, if they were vaporized, it would be a different story. It was terrifying. Is this person really human? Only then did everyone realize that a young man in a light blue robe had appeared at the place where Black Granny had been standing. Everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that no one was able to react before it was over. A powerful sage at the pinnacle of the sage plane was taken care of in an instant. His spiritual soul was destroyed. Such power terrified everyone. "It's the life-stealing scholar. Great, the Grand Elder is back." Many people couldn't help but cheer. They never imagined that their clan's incomparably powerful First Elder would return, and in such a domineering manner. He was simply too strong. With just one move, he had killed a sage at the pinnacle of the sage plane. Such a terrifying strength was simply a nightmare for the Yen Capital Alliance, but on the contrary, it was a great thing for the Z clan. There was nothing better than this. It ignited the little confidence they had left in them. Why are you back?" Yi Genshin's figure also appeared in the air, and his eyes were full of anxiety and concern. Yi Shiwen's heart warmed a little, and he said, "I just got the news. I was afraid that something would happen to the Yen Capital Alliance, so I rushed over. I didn't expect that something would really happen. The people of the Heavenly Alliance are too arrogant. Forget it. Let's not talk about this first. Now is not the time to talk about this. I'll get rid of these people first, then I'll talk to you." Yi Shiwen turned around after saying this, and looked coldly at the army of the Yen Capital Alliance that was attacking in the void. But at this time, they were undoubtedly much more cautious. The amazing strength that Yi Shiwen had shown just now made them tremble in fear. "You want to turn the tide of the battle just by yourself? You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. You overestimate yourself." All of a sudden, that black shadow finally appeared. He looked at the deadly bookworm that had been recorded in the records. He had not appeared in the previous battles, and he had thought that he had already left the Z family. Who would have thought that he would actually appear here at this very moment? Previously, it was precisely because he was wary of the fatal scholar that he had temporarily set aside his plans to deal with the Z clan. Now he no longer cared about the fatal scholar. After all, he had brought such a huge army with him, but the fatal scholar still showed up, and he was stronger than he imagined. It should be said that he was much stronger than the impression that Black Grandma reported to him previously. "You are the leader of the Yen Capital Alliance, right? I wanted to get rid of you last time, but I didn't expect you to discover me in advance and avoid me. Otherwise, it would not have led to today's incident. Yi Shiwen said coldly. Humph, life-stealing scholar, don't be too proud. Do you think that our Yen Capital Alliance is only limited to the Yen Capital Heaven? No, in the entire 33 heavens, there are our people. You can't kill them all, the Black Shadow said with a hint of pride in his voice. The remnants of the Tian clan actually dare to be so arrogant, Yi Shiwen said. Do you really think that this is still your world? You still dare to swagger in front of the world. It seems that you are really tired of living. Humph, what do you know? You rebels don't understand anything at all. When we find you, it will be the time when you all die. The Black Shadow laughed loudly, and there was a hint of madness in his voice. Whoosh! As soon as the Black Shadow's voice fell, he had already appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. He directly jumped through the space, and with a sky full of light, he slashed down fiercely. Countless laws condensed in his hand at this moment, forming a terrifying storm. The rich aura of the law of darkness filled the air, forming a black mist. In an instant, a black light burst out and blasted towards Yi Shiwen's head. Boom! This black light directly stopped 3 feet in front of Yi Shiwen and was blocked by a thunder wall. That's all. It's just a small trick, and you dare to show off in front of me. A look of disdain flashed across the corner of Yi Shiwen's mouth. It seems that the so-called Tian clan is only at this level, then obediently surrender to me. I want to torture all of your secrets. Don't underestimate me too much. It's just a test, the Weir Capital Alliance leader shouted. Dark dance. With a loud roar, the laws of darkness condensed and covered the heavens and earth, making it so that no one could see what was happening. Those laws also had an extremely strong corrosive power, causing many people to involuntarily start to resist. Otherwise, it would not take long for them to be completely melted. In this dark sky, countless black dragons were flying as if they were dancing in the sky, but they had a terrifying offensive. They fell toward Yi Shiwen like a sky full of arrows. In this darkness, the law of darkness covered everything. He couldn't hear or see. He could only fall into the darkness forever. There was no other choice. Damn, be careful, Yi Junshan suddenly said loudly. He seemed to have noticed something. Although he was still in the darkness, he could perceive some changes. Among the many masters who cultivated laws, there were very few who majored in the law of darkness. It was not because the law of darkness was not strong. On the contrary, the law of darkness was very strong. It was just that it was very difficult to cultivate at the beginning because the law of darkness itself was of a very high grade. So, the difficulty of cultivating it was much more difficult than other laws. Just like the law of space, it was impossible to come into contact with the essence of the law of space without reaching the true level of Tao confirmation. Only some talented people or people with special bloodlines could cultivate it. Boom! A series of collision sounds came from the darkness. Only the cruel roar of the Weir Capital Alliance leader could be heard. No one knew what was happening inside. Suddenly, a dazzling thunder light tore the dark sky and directly broke through the air. This scene was extremely shocking. It was like the first thunder power in the universe, breaking through everything. How is it possible? The Weir Capital Alliance leader was shocked. How can your thunder power break through my dark divine kingdom? But it's only at this level. I have seen the power of darkness that is more terrifying than yours. With only this level, you dare to show off in front of an expert. Yi Shiwen's figure appeared in it. He reversed the law. Even in the darkness, his movements could be seen clearly. Yi Shiwen pointed out, and the infinite power of thunder condensed quickly. The violent thunder energy fluctuated, and then turned into an electric dragon. It blasted out, and the target was the Weir Capital Alliance leader. Bang! The Weir Capital Alliance leader couldn't withstand a blow at all. He was hit on the spot, He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body flew out. How is it possible? In this world, unless it is a king-ranked realm master, no one can be my opponent. The Weir Capital Alliance leader still couldn't believe it. Humph, do you think your strength is already at the peak? Yi Shiwen's voice suddenly appeared around the Weir Capital Alliance leader. Bang! Once again, he was blasted out by a huge force. The Weir Capital Alliance army couldn't help but be shocked when they saw the scene. Many of them knew that the strength of the Weir Capital Alliance leader was comparable to those monstrous geniuses who had been famous for many years. However, he was now being blasted by Yi Shiwen like a dog. It was simply unimaginable. Many people felt like they were in a dream. They couldn't believe it at all. He has become stronger, Yi Junshan said emotionally. He could clearly feel that although Yi Shiwen was already very strong more than 100 years ago, in terms of strength, he was probably weaker than the Weir Capital Alliance leader. However, Yi Shiwen was completely above him now. What exactly did he encounter outside? Chapter 2636. This was a complete transformation in strength. Although it was not a complete transformation to the legendary king-ranked realm, it was already amazing enough. However, Yi Junshan, who was also very close to this realm, understood that it was even more difficult to advance within this limit than to break through to the king-ranked realm. This was especially so for those who had broken through to this stage but had yet to enter the king-ranked realm. Needless to say, the difficulty was unimaginable. The Weir Capital Alliance master fell heavily to the ground, directly creating a huge crack that was tens of thousands of miles long. Above the crack, Yi Shiwen's figure emerged and walked towards the Weir Capital Alliance master step by step. Be good and tell me everything you know. What does the Heavenly Clan want? Yi Shiwen's expression was extremely cold. Ah! The Weir Capital Alliance master burst into a terrifying roar. Don't be too arrogant. Countless laws of darkness emerged from his body as he spoke. They transformed into a terrifying torrent of dark power that surged directly towards Yi Shiwen. The dark power covered the sky and turned into tens of thousands of weapons. Each of them had terrifying destructive power and could kill ordinary cultivators of the doctrine plane. There were so many of them that even cultivators at the pinnacle of the sage plane would have to avoid them. However, Yi Shiwen's expression didn't change in the slightest. He just waved his hand and slapped away the dark weapons that were rushing towards him. They were dispersed on the spot. Even the laws couldn't withstand the bombardment of such terrifying power. They collapsed and dispersed. The scene was incomparably shocking. It's useless. This kind of insignificant skill can't hurt me. Yi Shiwen said coldly. How about this? Awaken, spear of darkness that is sleeping in my body. The Weir Capital Alliance master experienced heart-wrenching pain. His whole body split open, and his flesh was torn in half from the middle. It was like a blooming flower, bursting with endless light. Amidst these rays of light, a spear slowly rose up, exuding an endless power of darkness. It was a broken spear of darkness, as if it had gone through a terrifying battle. Even now, the blood of immortals still flowed on the spear. It was unknown just what kind of terrifying expert it had pierced through. Be careful, that's a superb artifact. Yi Junshan quickly reminded loudly. How could Yi Shiwen not know? In fact, he could see it even more clearly. If he wasn't mistaken, this dark spear should be the body of the Yen Capital Alliance's leader. And this Yen Capital Alliance's leader should be the tool spirit of this dark spear. For a mere artifact spirit to be able to cultivate to such a level, it could be said to be heaven-defying. Xiao! Quick! 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 This dark spear broke through the sky almost instantly and rushed straight towards Yi Shiwen's head. It simply tore through the sky and didn't fly directly towards Yi Shiwen. Clang! A deafening sound of collision rang out. The collision of the two massive god artifacts created a terrifying shockwave that spread outwards. Some of the Yen Capital Alliance's soldiers who were too close were unable to react in time and were directly annihilated by the shockwave. This sound contained the law of destruction. When countless laws of darkness were destroyed, the terrifying power formed spread out. Just as the dark spear was about to penetrate Yi Shiwen, a roulette appeared in front of him and slowly rotated. The laws of darkness that erupted from the dark spear were all absorbed by the roulette, unable to hurt Yi Shiwen at all. This is impossible. That's the 10,000 spell roulette. The Yen Capital Alliance's leader couldn't believe it at first, but suddenly he recognized the artifact, the 10,000 spell roulette. This was also a mission that the Heaven Alliance had been carrying out for a long time. It was to find the life artifact of the legendary invincible expert of the Heaven Clan, the 10,000 spell roulette. According to the information they received, this 10,000 spell roulette had clearly fallen into Yi Shiwen's hands. Then the person in front of them wasn't the deadly scholar at all, but Yi Shiwen. His eyes suddenly widened as if he had discovered a shocking secret. "You're Yi Shiwen," the Yen Capital Alliance's leader said in surprise. "They recognized me with just a 10,000 spell roulette. It seems that the Heaven Alliance has been scheming against me for a long time." A sharp glint flashed in Yi Shiwen's eyes. In an instant, he deduced countless possibilities and came up with the most likely outcome. After he seized the 10,000 spell roulette, the Heaven Clan definitely wouldn't let it go. It should be known that a top-grade divine artifact was already very rare. Even a king-level sect didn't have many, let alone a peerless top-grade divine artifact like the 10,000 spell roulette, which was even superior to ordinary top-grade divine artifacts. It seemed that if it wasn't for the fact that he wasn't in the Kurfürst Road during this period of time, he would definitely be the #1 target of the Heaven Alliance. It seemed that he absolutely had to make the first move to gain the upper hand. He raised his hand and grabbed the dark spear in front of everyone's shocked gazes. A burst of sharp whistling sounds erupted from the dark spear, and an innumerable amount of the power of darkness pervaded his hand. However, it was completely annihilated by the power of thunder on his body. It couldn't do anything to him. Although the spear of darkness was mostly suppressed by the 10,000 spell roulette, it would be difficult for a broken top-grade divine artifact to grab it with his bare hands. Of course, this also had something to do with Yi Shiwen's terrifying physical body. Impossible. The Yen Capital Alliance's leader suddenly turned pale with fright. He was very clear that if his main body was captured, it would be a terrifying thing for a tool spirit. He quickly began to circulate his power, trying to make the Spear of Darkness return. The Spear of Darkness was his main body and also his strongest attack. Once he made a move, all his enemies would die. However, if he failed, then he would face the most terrifying consequences. How could Yi Shiwen give him such a chance? He directly put the Spear of Darkness into the Tianyuan mirror, and then it was suppressed by the Tianyuan mirror on the spot. The Tianyuan mirror could even suppress a peerless weapon like the Avicii sword, let alone a broken Spear of Darkness. Even if it was at its peak, it wouldn't be enough. Now, what other means do you have that you haven't used? You'd better be obedient and tell me what the Heaven Alliance is preparing, said Yi Shiwen coldly. Kill him and rescue the Alliance leader. At this time, the army of the Yen Capital Alliance, who had been at the side and didn't dare to come forward, suddenly reacted and rushed towards Yi Shiwen. The mighty army even had several experts at the peak of the Sage Realm. Even if the Yen Capital Alliance's leader encountered such an army, he would be helpless. The quantitative change had already caused a qualitative change. Only a true king realm existence could fight against such an army. Ha 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 ha, you want to kill me? It's impossible. The Master of Darkness laughed out loud. However, before he could say anything, he felt as if someone had grabbed his neck. His eyes widened because he saw an extremely horrifying scene. He saw Yi Shiwen suddenly make a move at this time. A flag appeared in his hand, and he suddenly waved it. In an instant, an endless army of monsters flew out and directly rushed towards the army of the Yen Capital Alliance. The army of monsters was like locusts. Wherever they passed, the army of the Yen Capital Alliance was swallowed up completely. There was no way to resist at all. There were originally a few experts at the peak of the Yen Capital Alliance who wanted to fight back, but they were targeted by the demon kings at the peak of the Sage Realm in the army of monsters. In a short while, they were also swallowed up completely. Before they even made it halfway, the remaining Yen Capital Alliance army were completely stupefied, going crazy. They didn't know where this army came from, but they didn't fear death and were extremely terrifying. Many of their methods were things they had never seen before. There were a few old-timers who were watching from the back, and they understood what was happening. However, they were scared to death because they were looking at the demon god who should have been dead for a long time and who had dominated all creation. That was something that happened in ancient times. When the ancient heavenly court of the demon race dominated the world, those demon immortals had conquered the myriad worlds and established their illustrious reputation. They had all survived from that era and had witnessed many things. However, those demon immortals should already be dead. What was going on with these demon race armies that filled the sky? Many familiar faces. Those demon gods who had been famous throughout the world had all been resurrected. They suddenly seemed to think of something. Demon summoning banner. It's the demon summoning banner. Only the demon summoning banner could possibly summon those fierce demon gods from ancient times, because it was an indestructible original spirit. They had also heard of the legend of the demon summoning banner. However, it was too late for them to realize it now. The densely packed army of demons was like locusts, eating through the sky very cleanly. Not a single drop of blood was left behind. The entire process took a long time. However, it only took a quarter of an hour. Yi Shiwen's face turned deathly pale in just a quarter of an hour. His spiritual power was as vigorous as the sea of stars in his body. It was hard to say how many people would be scared to death if they heard about this. It wasn't something that he could operate freely at his current level. However, he had gained a lot this time. After devouring the army of the Yen Capital Alliance, there were many demons in his demon summoning banner that were undergoing metamorphosis. In particular, there was a demon king at the pinnacle of the sage plane that was in the midst of metamorphosis. There was a chance that it would become a king-ranked demon king. It was the remnant of the ancient demon, the Baifeng, that was left in the demon summoning banner. If this went on, perhaps one day the supreme glory of the ancient demon king would be restored. Even during the era of the ancient heavenly court, when many demon kings were still around, the Baifeng was known as one of the 10 great demon kings. Now die. The Yen Capital Alliance leaders' roar traveled over. Chapter 2637. The dark power of the leader of the Weir Capital Alliance began to burn. He did not stop at all and completely burned his life source. In the flames, his expression was extremely hideous. You forced me to do this. In that case, you will go to hell with me. If you want to die, let's die together. Ha ha! The leader of the Weir Capital Alliance laughed wildly. Anyway, I can't survive even if I jump back. Let's die together. He knew that the army of the Weir Capital Alliance was made up of elites from all over the world. Now that all of them died in the hands of Yi Shiwen, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Alliance would be completely furious. He was not a member of the Heavenly Clan, so it was impossible for him to be forgiven. In that case, he would drag this guy to hell with him. If it weren't for him, he would have just conquered the entire Weir Capital Alliance and be proud of himself. The aura of the leader of the Weir Capital Alliance became more and more manic. It seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. It looked extremely terrifying. Pucci! But as soon as his voice fell, he found that there was a big hole between his eyebrows. His originally strong body began to become powerless in an instant. Countless life force began to flow out crazily. How could this be? The leader of the Weir Capital Alliance still had a completely unbelievable look. This move was too fast. It was so fast that he could not react at all. He felt that the power in his body was completely out of control. Ah! With a scream, the leader of the Weir Capital Alliance's body suddenly exploded and turned into nothingness in the sky. Everything was over. This is the end. The people of the Z clan still seemed to be a little unable to accept such a situation. It was too fast and too easy. The enemy who forced the entire Z clan into a desperate situation was easily defeated by Yi Shiwen. This is too fake. It was too easy, but in any case they were saved. Soon, the Z family was in a state of jubilation. They obviously felt that there was no hope, so they had already prepared a way out. Most of them were ready to die on the battlefield. They fought desperately to buy enough time for the transfer of the important essence of the clan. They never thought that a miracle that they had never dared to hope for would suddenly appear. Moreover, it was such a pleasant surprise. All the enemies were defeated by Yi Shiwen alone. They didn't even need to do anything. Are you all right? Yi Genshin's figure instantly appeared in front of Yi Shiwen. He clearly saw that Yi Shiwen's face was pale just now. Obviously, Yi Junshan had consumed too much energy. He couldn't help but worry about his son's specific situation. It's okay, father. I just consumed too much energy, that's all. I'm completely fine now. Yi Shiwen shook his head. His Phoenix regeneration technique had a miraculous effect on recovery, so this was nothing. However, he couldn't calm down. Although he had eliminated the Yen Capital Alliance's army, the Yen Capital Alliance was just a branch of the Heaven Alliance. He still didn't know what the Heaven Alliance wanted to do. He had to find a way to eliminate the Heaven Alliance. No matter what they wanted to do, there was no harm in eradicating them all. It's all thanks to you this time. If it weren't for you, our Z family would have been eliminated. Z Ningyuan's figure also appeared nearby, and he said with a sigh. He didn't expect the Yen Capital Alliance to bring such a terrifying counterattack that even the Z family couldn't resist. At this time, he deeply felt the gap between their Z family, a traditional tyrant in the 33 heavens, and the truly tyrannical forces. The gap couldn't be calculated by reason. But why did you come back? Z Ningyuan looked at Yi Shiwen and asked. Yi Shiwen told Z Ningyuan the news he got. Now, it's mainly about the Heaven Alliance. I don't know what the Heaven Clan people want to do, but obviously it won't be anything good. Yi Shiwen shook his head and said. Z Ningyuan and Yi Junshan looked at each other. They didn't expect there to be so many connections in this. In particular, the Heaven Alliance organized by the Heaven Clan people had been attacking everywhere recently. It was just that their original foundation was in the Yen Capital Alliance, and they were caught off guard by the Yen Capital Alliance, so they had no time and energy to pay attention to the situation in other places. After being reminded by Yi Shiwen, they finally remembered. Could it be for the legendary opportunity? Yi Junshan said. Everyone knew very well what the Kurfürst Road of the 33 heavens existed for. It existed for the Kurfürst, and the legendary opportunity that the Kurfürst needed was in the 33 heavens. With the situation of the Heaven Alliance, even if its strength had recovered over the years, it could still be said to be in a very difficult situation under the joint attack of the heavens and realms. At this time, making such a big move without hesitation to attract everyone's attention and block many foreign forces from entering seemed to be very unworthy on the surface. But if it was related to that opportunity, then everything was hard to say. If it was really related to the opportunity to achieve Tao, then no matter what price they had to pay, it was very worthwhile from a strategic point of view. With Father's reminder, I suddenly thought about it. It must be like this. Yi Shiwen suddenly realized something and said, It wasn't that no one had thought of it before. It wasn't difficult to guess, but very few people could be sure. That was because the opportunity had existed, but it hadn't appeared for a very long time. Even in many rumors, the legendary opportunity had already been exhausted. Even if it was for the Kurfürst, it seemed to have come to an end. Although everyone had been looking for it, many people had actually given up long ago. They did not expect to really find that opportunity, so they would not think in this direction at all. If this is not the case, it doesn't make sense at all. Why would the Heaven clan make such a big move? It seems that they are already staking it all. Yi Shiwen said, "In that case, then I have to go to the legendary Kurfürst Heaven." Although the Kurfürst Road had 33 heavens, the real opportunity was buried in the Kurfürst Heaven. The previous opportunities were also opened in the Kurfürst Heaven. So once these monstrous geniuses waited for the Kurfürst Road to open, they generally went directly to the Kurfürst Heaven to find the opportunity and would not stay in other places. That place was also an area that Yi Shiwen had never set foot in. He had no interest in the opportunity. He instinctively did not believe in the opportunity of the Kurfürst Heaven. To reach that step, everyone was an invincible big shot. It was possible to achieve the Tao by sweeping away invincible enemies. If one relied on others' charity, he could only be a pitiful worm. How could he be an invincible emperor? But at this time for the Heaven clan, he had to go even if he did not want to. There must be countless Heaven clan masters gathered there now. If you rush there now, you will definitely be in danger. Yi Junshan could not help but say with some worry. Although he had clearly seen Yi Shiwen's strength, he was still worried when it came to this moment. In his heart, his eldest son had suffered too many disasters, and he could not bear it. "Father, don't worry. With my strength, even if the king-ranked realm masters take action, it will be difficult to kill me. As for the others, there is nothing to worry about. As long as I am careful, even if they set up some ancient array or killing array, there is nothing to be afraid of." Yi Shiwen grinned, and his words were filled with infinite confidence. With his current strength, he indeed had such qualifications. Although he had not really broken through the combat power of the king-ranked realm, in fact, he was already very, very close. In that case, we have nothing to say. I can't help you much as a father, but you can directly teleport from our Z family's teleportation array. Our Z family has set up a teleportation array from here to the Kurfürst Heaven, said Yi Junshan. All right, there is no time to lose. I will set off immediately. I can't continue to delay. Yi Shiwen nodded quickly. Yi Shiwen followed Yi Junshan and returned to the interior of the Z family. At this time, the Z family had completely settled down. There was no longer a scene of panic everywhere, as if it was the end of the world. Everyone looked at Yi Shiwen with awe in their eyes. Although they weren't at the front line, they had seen it with their own eyes. Such a huge army had been wiped out by Yi Shiwen alone. They couldn't help but be in awe of such amazing fighting strength. Fortunately, such a strong person was on their side. Previously, the strength of the leader of the Yen Capital Alliance almost made them despair. Even Zi Yuan, the strongest in the Z family, was not a match for him. He was almost invincible and invincible. Fortunately, Yi Shiwen's appearance completely reversed the desperate situation and allowed them to survive. This teleportation array was set up in the interior of the Z family. According to Zi Ningyuan's introduction, almost every ancient force in the 33 heavens would set up such an array. For the legendary mysterious opportunity, how many people would not be tempted? Especially in the 33 heavens, it was like a cage. How many people did not want to break through this cage? Ordinary methods were definitely useless. The only way was to find the damn opportunity. Perhaps there was a way to really break the curse and barrier on the Kurfürst Road. The king-ranked realm powerhouses definitely could not do it. Otherwise, the major forces would have rushed in together. So this was also their last hope. "Take care of yourself," said Yi Junshan. Yi Shiwen nodded and stepped into the array. Chapter 2638. The Kurfürst Heaven was vast and boundless. It was no longer appropriate to describe it as large. It should be vast and boundless. Some people said that the Kurfürst Heaven might be as large as the other 33 heavens combined, but compared to the other 33 heavens, it seemed very barren. It did not mean that there were no living creatures here, but rather that there were no intelligent creatures that lived here all year round. Only some very powerful beasts lived in such a place. It was like the prehistoric wilderness in the legends. Other than these native beasts, there were also many outsiders. These people were guarding this place because they wanted to find the legendary opportunity. Those people would only come when the Kurfürst Road was opened. Normally, even the natives of the Kurfürst Road would not come here because there were few resources here, and even the spiritual energy here was very thin. Besides, every opportunity that appeared before was when the Kurfürst Road was opened, and there had never been an exception. Therefore, it was meaningless for them to stay here during normal times. And now, it was the most lively time in the entire Kurfürst heaven. Although there were experts of the Heaven Alliance wreaking havoc everywhere, it made many experts who did not come here even more interested. Yi Shiwen was not the only one who could guess the reason behind it. Although the entire Kurfürst heaven was like a barren land, all kinds of news spread very quickly. Especially after the Heaven Alliance's rampage, those who dared to stay here could be said to be the strongest of their generation. None of them were weak. After Yi Shiwen entered the Kurfürst heaven, he was not in a hurry to do anything. He just waited quietly. If the Heaven Alliance wanted to do something, they would definitely take action. He only needed to follow the Heaven Alliance's guidance. As he stayed longer and longer, he received more and more news. Until now, the Heaven Alliance was still constantly targeting the remaining super antiques and monsters, as if they wanted to drive them all out of the Kurfürst heaven. But those who dared to stay were all invincible experts. How could they be easily scared off? They even launched a counterattack. The Heaven Alliance also suffered a lot. In order to kill those monsters and antiques, even if they succeeded, the losses were unimaginable. In the eyes of outsiders, they were simply crazy. Even if they could succeed, the foundation they had accumulated over the years would be completely destroyed in a short period of time. This was a lose-lose behavior, but they still did it. This made countless people guess that the legendary opportunity was about to appear, and the Tian clan had received the news in advance. Otherwise, how could they do this? Wouldn't they be stupid? No one wanted to give up on this fabled opportunity. Instead, more and more people gathered around. Although many people died because of this, it did not stop their enthusiasm. However, there were too many experts in the celestial race. It was as if they had mobilized all the elites that they had accumulated over the years. It was almost a carpet search. Even Yi Shiwen, who was hiding and waiting for news, encountered several groups of experts. Of course, with his strength, it wouldn't be a problem to kill them all. As time passed, everyone felt a kind of aura that was about to arrive. Although they didn't know what it was, they were very clear that a change was about to happen. When they had cultivated to this level, all the feelings couldn't be without reason. Whether it was the legendary opportunity or not, one thing was certain, and that was that something shocking was about to happen. Ha 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 ha, I finally waited for it. It's been tens of millions of years. I've finally waited for it again. It's this aura. Last time I sensed this aura. Last time, I didn't have the ability to participate in it. But this time, whoever stops me will die. In the polar region of the Kurfürst heaven, a glacier suddenly exploded. A handsome, thin young man walked out of the exploded glacier. His body was still covered with ice shards. It seemed that they hadn't completely melted yet. His eyes were extremely sharp. He didn't look as sick as he looked. Success or failure depends on this. This is the last chance. The opportunity this time must be mine. In a volcano in the Kurfürst heaven, a man in flames walked out. He looked like a flame spirit, as if he was born in flames. He took a step forward and disappeared into the volcano. After he left, the entire volcano began to tremble violently before collapsing into pieces. It's finally reborn, although it's much earlier than expected. It seems that it was forcibly awakened by someone. Is it the Tian clan? That's good too. I can wait for millions of years less. The opportunity that the Qin Emperor didn't want back then is now mine. In the infinite sky, in a black shadow, a dark-skinned old man grinned hideously. He emitted endless demonic aura and then disappeared in the void. As the premonition grew stronger and stronger, many powerful auras were awakened in the Kurfürst Road. Many auras had been buried in the Kurfürst Road for millions of years. During this period, they had never really appeared. They were all waiting for the arrival of the final opportunity. On the peak of a mountain, an incomparably handsome young man stood with his hands behind his back. Endless cold wind blew, but it couldn't move him in the slightest. It's finally here. The chaotic world is about to begin. He opened his palm. On his palm, an incomparably huge emperor character slowly floated, emitting astonishing power. No matter who you are, what kind of trap you set, this time it won't be as you wish. This lord is still worried. Otherwise, I wouldn't have arranged for me to be reborn after millions of years. I hope you won't let me down. Suddenly, the space around him fluctuated violently. A young man with a face somewhat similar to this young man appeared. He was also incomparably arrogant, with the attitude of a monarch descending to the world. Ji Renwang. The newly appeared young man stared at the young man on the peak and coldly spat out these 3 words. Ji Xianhuang, you are not my opponent. Don't waste your effort. Ji Renwang said indifferently. Ji Xuanhuang's eyes suddenly narrowed. He looked at Ji Renwang and said, I might not be your opponent now, but in a few years that might not be the case. You were only born 100,000 years earlier than me. If we were in the same generation, victory or defeat is still unknown. I will let everyone know that I am the #1 genius of the current generation of the Ji family. The Emperor family, the Ji family. What a great name. Ji Renwang chuckled, as if he was affirming, but also as if he was mocking. So what if you are the #1 genius of the Ji family? If you can't see through this false reputation, do you think you have the qualifications to covet the Grand Tao? Has the Ji family really declined to this point? Even you, the #1 genius of the Ji family, is only at this level. Is it so shallow? Don't forget, you are also a member of the Ji family. Even if you are from the martial sect, this is a fact that cannot be changed. Ji Xianhuang suddenly became a little angry. Do you think that the people from the martial sect will really believe us? In the end, our Ji family is too powerful to the point that even the martial sect will feel uneasy. If the Qin emperor was still here, perhaps it wouldn't be much, but now, from what I know, the higher-ups of the martial sect have always been guarding against you. No, it should be said that they are guarding against our Ji family using your bloodline to interfere with the matters of the martial sect. So what? Your vision is still too small. You think that the Ji family is everything. The Ji family is not the sky, nor is it the earth. It is only a group of arrogant fellows. The noblest bloodline, the emperor family? Ha ha! Ji Renwang laughed heartily. Do you really think that the emperor family has the noblest bloodline? There are 6 emperors in the Ji family, but none of them have become invincible emperors because of their bloodline. They are able to obtain the Grand Tao because they are the strongest, that's all. It is laughable that those conservative old fogies stubbornly guard the so-called noblest bloodline. But they don't understand this point, so their achievements will end here. But you are different. You may have the possibility to go further. Everyone's path is different. You need to kill your way out. Ji Xianhuang was speechless for a moment, then coldly shouted, I don't need you to lecture me about my matters. With the foundation of my Ji family, as long as I defeat you, I will be the strongest. The strongest? You are thinking too much. In your generation, perhaps that Yi Shiwen can be counted as a character. But what about the others? They are still far from being the strongest. A person's future is broadened by how broad his heart is. If those people are obsessed with obtaining other people's alms, even if they obtain the Grand Tao, it will be a kind of tragedy. Obtaining the Grand Tao is a kind of sublimation, a kind of transcendence, and not just an increase in strength. Those who don't understand this principle are not qualified to say anything. Ji Renwang looked at Ji Xianhuang with a smile that was not a smile. "You can't be like this." "Humph, I am from the emperor family. How can I believe this kind of nonsense? If there really is an opportunity, a shortcut to the emperor realm, then it can only appear in my Ji family. There is no other possibility. The reason why I entered the Kurfürst Road is only as a kind of training, so that I can catch up to you sooner." Ji Xianhuang coldly snorted. "That's good. Look carefully. An even greater chaotic era is coming. The opportunity to end everything is also coming. The cause and effect that has lasted for countless years will be resolved in this era. The so-called emperor family is only a slightly stronger ant." After Ji Renwang said the sentence, he was unwilling to say anything else. At this time, Ji Xianhuang also didn't have time to care about anything else, because in the sky, unexpectedly began to distort and shake, as if something was descending. Chapter 2639. It was as if a majestic force was being transmitted through the air. It was a terrifying force. Some people could even feel that the originally neatly arranged nomological laws were completely broken and crushed into pieces at this moment. Vortexes began to appear in the void one after another. It was a very shocking scene. Each vortex was billions of miles long and billions of miles wide. 33 vortexes began to appear in the Kurfürst heaven. They grew bigger and bigger. These vortexes could almost be seen from afar. After a day and a night, these vortexes finally took shape. At this time, these vortexes finally moved again. A portal was slowly spat out from within. These portals were 2 simple pillars made of unknown materials. They were spat out from the vortexes. The Kurfürst sect. It's really the Kurfürst sect. My God, I can't believe I can see the legendary Kurfürst sect in this lifetime. Many people were shocked, but they also recognized these portals in an instant, because in the past, whenever the Kurfürst Road was about to have a chance, such a Kurfürst sect would appear. For ordinary people, this was a mystery that was not known at all. But for some ancient behemoths, this was something unquestionable. Once the Kurfürst sect appeared, it meant that the chance of the Kurfürst sect had finally appeared. Behind this Kurfürst sect was the chance of the Kurfürst sect. Everyone was very clear about this. Therefore, everyone was very excited. This meant that they could see another chance in this lifetime. Why are there cracks? Those with good eyesight clearly saw that there were cracks on the pillars of the Kurfürst sect. It was simply unimaginable. This Kurfürst sect was very, very large. It was tens of millions of miles long. At the same time, it also emitted a very simple and mysterious aura. It was impossible for it to be destroyed. Therefore, some people were completely shocked. They did not know why this happened. I know. It's because of the Qin Emperor. It is said that the Qin Emperor fought his way into the Kurfürst Road with the strength of the King realm. He once witnessed the appearance of the Kurfürst sect in the Kurfürst Road. It is said that he even saw the so-called chance. But for some reason, he flew into a rage and beat the Kurfürst sect back. Until now, there are traces of the Qin Emperor's attack on it. No way. This Qin Emperor is too ferocious. The Kurfürst sect has appeared countless times since ancient times. No one has ever heard of anyone being able to destroy it. Even with a superb divine weapon, no one could destroy the Kurfürst sect. How did he do it? I don't know. Some people say that the Qin Emperor was only one step away from enlightenment at that time. That's why he came after hearing the rumors about the opportunities on the Kurfürst's road. But what he saw seemed to have dissatisfied him, so he retreated. What did the Qin Emperor see? Why did he fly into a rage? I don't know. How can we speculate about such a person? However, it is precisely because of this that we know that the Qin Emperor didn't rely on this so-called opportunity to obtain the Tao. Instead, he relied on other methods, or he cut off everything to obtain the Tao. It can be seen that this opportunity isn't the only way. In the distance, Yi Shiwen was also looking at the Kurfürst sect in the sky, and he was also shocked. Even he couldn't see through the materials of the Kerfur sect, but at least he could see that it couldn't be broken at all, even with his current strength. Perhaps if he used the Avicii sword, he might be able to leave a mark in it, but it was impossible to break it, let alone force it back. Of course, it might also have a lot to do with Yi Shiwen's current strength, which could not be compared with the Qin Emperor in the past. But what he could be sure of was that this should be the Kerfur sect that the Qin Emperor beat back, because there was still a terrible spiritual power fluctuation on it that had not dissipated until now. Sure enough, his speculation was right. The Tian clan really got the news from the beginning. That was why they made such a big fuss. Even if they exposed their strength, they did not hesitate to grab this chance. Most likely, the Tian clan also wanted to snatch the opportunity and revive the Tian clan. Looking at the current situation of the 10,000 worlds, there was not a single monarch. If the opportunity fell into the hands of the Tian clan, then perhaps no one would be able to stop them. This was also the most intolerable thing for Yi Shiwen. The Tian clan was almost the enemy of all the races. It had nothing to do with their standpoint. This was also for survival. If the Tian clan gained power, he would not have an easy time. So, he would not give the Tian clan any chance. It took a whole month for the door to fall. During this period, more masters were attracted. Boom! The entire land of the Kerfurst heaven was shaking violently. They could all feel the violent shaking when the Kerfurst sect fell on the ground. That terrible power even startled many mindless monsters that lived here. They could only worship on the ground from afar, shivering, and did not dare to move at all. They only acted according to their instincts. So, they could understand the terrible aura emitted from the Kerfurst sect better than ordinary people. Before the Kerfurst sect really fell, many masters of the Tian clan had already appeared and surrounded the Kerfurst sect, not letting others enter. Your Heaven Alliance is really too much. Why don't you let us in? Someone shouted. Many people began to get excited. The Tian clan was powerful, and the Heaven Alliance was even more ferocious. They killed people everywhere. If it was any other matter, they would have let them in. But this was a matter of great importance, and they could not back down. They had been guarding here for hundreds of thousands of years, even millions of years. How could they give up? Among the Tian clan, many powerful masters at the peak of the Sage realm lined up, and there were many puppets guarding outside. Without exception, they were all puppets at the peak of the Sage realm. This was also something that could only be brought out by the Tian clan. Ordinary people could not even see them. Just the materials needed for those puppets were not something that ordinary people could afford. The puppet that Yi Shiwen had obtained from Zhao Tingquang was only at the peak of the Sage realm. He had already spent his entire life to make it, and there were not many in the divine puppet clan. But the Tian clan could bring so many puppets here without hesitation. It could be imagined how deep the foundation of this child was. No wonder he was about to rule the world twice in the past. It was not something that ordinary king-level sects could imagine at all. Many people had already retreated after seeing the foundation of the Tian clan. Although they could wait for the masters of the major forces outside to come to help, such a big movement here must have spread out. But it would definitely take some time for them to arrive. By that time, it would be too late. The good things inside would be taken away by the Tian clan. They had already seen many masters of the Tian clan going in and out, directly entering the Kerfurst sect. However, no one was willing to be the first to charge. Many people originally wanted to go to other Kerfurst sects to try their luck, but after thinking for a while, they knew that the situation in other places was probably similar. Since the Heaven Alliance had already planned to take this opportunity, how could they give them a chance? It must be the same in other places. Let's give it our all. I don't believe that many masters of the Heaven Alliance will die. We can only give it our all. Otherwise, this opportunity will have nothing to do with us. Someone shouted, but before he finished speaking, he saw a claw appear out of nowhere and penetrate his head, completely smashing him into pieces. A powerful Sage realm master did not even have time to scream before he died. You're asking for it. Suddenly, among the Tian clan, a nobleman in armor appeared, wiping the blood on his hands. You've really dirted my hands. Today I will guard this door. None of you can think of going through. If you want to go, go ahead. That's the 12 heavenly generals. Someone exclaimed in shock and anger, as if he had recognized the nobleman. It can't be. How can it be the 12 heavenly generals? Those 12 monsters and perverts. It is said that among the remnants of the Tian clan, there are 12 extremely terrifying masters. Even king-ranked masters would find it very difficult to kill them. They have even joined forces to kill king-ranked masters. They are so fierce and terrifying. Someone suddenly remembered the legend of the so-called 12 heavenly generals and was immediately scared out of his wits. Those 12 people were too cruel. Just hearing the names of these 12 people was enough to make everyone shudder. Even if they were all at the sage realm, they were probably not much stronger than ants in front of them. It was said that among the remnants of the Tian clan, these 12 people were the most likely to advance to the king-ranked. Moreover, the 12 heavenly generals were 12 places, but they were never fixed. There would always be people challenging these 12 people. Once they were defeated, the title of the 12 heavenly generals would be removed. Therefore, it could be said that the 12 heavenly generals were almost the strongest people in the Tian clan besides the king-ranked masters. Even the king-ranked masters could not do anything to them. The terrifying legend accompanied generation after generation of cruel killings and spread throughout the heavens and realms. That's right. I also heard that they participated in the assassination of the Phoenix King. Even now, the ancient Phoenix realm is offering a large bounty for their heads. Someone thought even more. These 12 people, any one of them was enough to completely stop them. Previously, they thought that the Tian clan had already used their full strength. Now, it seemed that they were finally going to use their full strength. So you participated in the assassination of the Phoenix King. It seems that your life cannot be spared. A clear voice came. Chapter 2640. So, you participated in the assassination of the Phoenix King. It seems that you will have to die. A clear voice was heard. However, a person emerged from the crowd and leaped directly in front of the crowd. He was completely unmoved by the celestial army that filled the sky. Who else could it be but Yi Shiwen? What? Are you also from the ancient Phoenix realm? The noble son of the celestial race glanced at Yi Shiwen and said. However, he did not take Yi Shiwen seriously at all. He was just another person who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Ancient Phoenix realm? I guess so. Yi Shiwen grinned. He was now the son-in-law of the ancient Phoenix realm, so naturally he was also considered a person of the ancient Phoenix realm. Humph. Another person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. The noble son said coldly, not taking Yi Shiwen seriously, but since someone is willing to die, I don't mind giving you a ride. Boom! His noble son took a step forward. Wind and thunder raged between heaven and earth. The color of the sky and earth changed. His appearance instantly changed. Although it was still the same appearance, he felt like a completely different person. He was a dignified god king, and Yi Shiwen was a dignified mortal with divine authority. In the same plane, we celestials are invincible. Moreover, you are not even at the peak of the sage realm. You dare to compete with me? You have a death wish. The noble sun attacked directly, and the divine light behind him shone brightly. Sir, he is just an arrogant person. There is no need for you to do it yourself. I will personally wipe out all the enemies for you. Suddenly, a man in battle armor stepped forward. Then I will leave it to you. The noble son suddenly lost interest. This was not an opponent he could fight against at all. Sir's right. The celestials are invincible in the same plane. Today I will let you all see. The armored man attacked immediately. In an instant, the sky changed color and countless divine rules flew up from his body, directly striking towards Yi Shiwen. The terrifying strength that belonged to the peak of the sage realm was completely displayed. Many people present instantly changed color. Although they all had the strength of the peak of the sage realm, they were obviously much weaker than the armored man. The Celestial's reputation of being invincible in the same plane was not just for show. Invincible in the same plane? How come I've never heard of it? Could it be that he's bragging? Yi Shiwen sneered and decisively attacked. He stretched out his limbs, and a powerful divine radiance splashed out from his limbs and bones. The golden radiance made the world collapse and turned into a monstrous sea of thunder. It directly struck down towards that armored man. I've only heard of one person being invincible. I've never heard of a clan being invincible. There's only one invincible person in this world. Yi Shiwen's terrifying thunderbolt almost instantly broke the armored man's offensive and directly swept across. The young master's expression suddenly changed. At that moment, he finally realized that Yi Shiwen was not easy to deal with. Yi Shiwen was not just at the Sage Realm intermediate stage, as he seemed to be. Instead, he was so strong that many people could not even look up to him. The young master immediately attacked, and one hand reached out towards the armored man, grabbing him directly, wanting to drag him out of Yi Shiwen's attack range. But his reaction was still too slow, or rather, Yi Shiwen's speed was too fast. He rushed forward like a giant dragon, and his hands tore out golden light all over the sky. The armored man screamed in pain as he was torn in half in the air, and then was swallowed by a beam of blood light from the demon-calling flag. Everyone looked at the scene in front of them and felt that it was unreal. The armored man was strong and very strong. He was rarely a match for those at the peak of the Sage Realm. Along the way, he killed mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Of course, he could not compare to the 12 divine generals. But other than the 12 divine generals, it was difficult to find a match for him. He was also a legend, but now he was torn apart by Yi Shiwen with his bare hands. This kind of terrifying power deterred everyone, letting them know the strength of the person in front of them. With just one move, he had killed an expert at the peak of the Sage Realm. He was strong, too strong. Now, Yi Shiwen gave people a kind of momentum that could devour mountains and rivers, and his power shook in all directions. With one move, he drowned the sun and the moon, and with his strongest attack, he had killed an expert at the peak of the Sage Realm. Who the hell is this person? How can he be so strong? Hiss! I remember now. Isn't this the Yi Shiwen who made a name for himself before? No way. How can Yi Shiwen be so strong? Many people could not help but say in disbelief. If it is really him, then he really has something to do with the ancient Phoenix realm. He is the husband of the celestial Phoenix Maiden. It is impossible to say that he has nothing to do with the ancient Phoenix realm. They were all old antiques who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. In their eyes, Yi Shiwen was nothing more than a junior, and was not qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as them. Only now did they realize that they were completely wrong. Generally speaking, it was very difficult for the experts of the current era to compare with those old antiques, let alone those monstrous geniuses. So, no matter how famous they were, it was meaningless for those old antiques to make a name for themselves. A monster like Ji Rinwang might not even appear in an era. But now, they suddenly realized that this junior in front of them might be able to replicate the miracle of Ji Rinwang. In less than 100,000 years, he had reached the realm of strength that those monstrous geniuses had spent hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years, to reach. And in the eyes of those powerhouses who had already stepped into that realm, Yi Shiwen had really reached a kind of limit. If his strength hadn't reached that critical point, then it would have taken him at least dozens of moves to deal with that armored man. In fact, it would have taken him more than 100 moves to defeat him. But now he had defeated him in one move. This could only prove that his strength had already reached an unimaginable level. His vitality was so exuberant that it could suppress the clouds in the sky and cover the sun, moon, and stars. How could he not be strong? That noble young master's complexion finally became dignified. At this time, he finally regarded Yi Shiwen as a tyrannical opponent. However, it seemed that he could not deal with Yi Shiwen so easily this time. At least, he was not an opponent that could be killed so easily. Invincible in the celestial race? I don't think so. Yi Shiwen grinned and said something that made those experts of the heavenly race furious. This guy was even more arrogant than them. This was unbearable. However, that noble young master didn't move. Even if Yi Shiwen provoked him like this, he didn't casually make a move. He just stared at Yi Shiwen coldly. What's wrong? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then you can all come at me together. Anyway, you're all trash. It doesn't matter how many of you there are. Yi Shiwen sneered. His eyes flashed with a sharp light. He vaguely remembered the first time he caused havoc in the ancient Phoenix world. It was the Phoenix King who stood against the opinions of the masses and protected him. Moreover, he had been protecting Hua Menghan ever since. Whether it was in public or in private, the couple was greatly indebted to him. However, in the end, he died under the siege of these heavenly race experts. And the so-called 12 heavenly generals were also involved. Not only did they cause the death of the Phoenix King, but they also caused a series of changes in the ancient Phoenix world. If it wasn't for this, why would he need to go through so much trouble and even go against the Dragon Island to protect Hua Menghan? All of this was caused by these heavenly race experts. Whoosh! Suddenly, that noble young master directly made a move. A mass of golden light suddenly appeared under his feet. This mass of golden light formed a divine bridge. This divine bridge extended directly under Yi Shiwen's feet. Then he appeared in front of Yi Shiwen in an instant. It was as if he had traveled through space. No one knew how he appeared. It seemed as if he had teleported. This noble young master's palm slammed down towards Yi Shiwen. The surrounding world changed dramatically. Countless laws trembled violently as if someone was crossing a tribulation. Just when everyone was exclaiming, and it seemed as if Yi Shiwen couldn't handle it, they saw that he made a move at the critical moment. He blasted out a punch. Rumble! There was a terrible collision. The space between the heavens and the earth collapsed inch by inch. Unexpectedly, the yellow spring that could only appear during a divine tribulation emerged. A terrible astral wind blew in the sky. On the side of the noble young master, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. It was unknown when huge stars fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. This was not an illusion. It was real. It was pulled over from the distant outer universe by his skill. Some were simply the embodiment of the laws. It could be seen how strong his skill was. On the side of Yi Shiwen, the strange phenomenon was even more terrifying. Behind him, a huge will slowly rotated. It was spitting out a powerful force every minute and second. It was the 6 paths of reincarnation. Both sides had already used their full strength to fight and kill each other. Thump, thump, thump. The two sides collapsed upon contact. However, the person who retreated was not Yi Shiwen. Instead, it was the 12 divine generals who had been deified in many legends. As the noble young master retreated, he released Yi Shiwen's terrible strength into the void. His whole body was trembling. He was removing the power in a strange pattern. It was a very brilliant method. It was not something that ordinary people could comprehend. However, at this moment, no one noticed at all. Everyone was paying attention to Yi Shiwen's tyrannical strength. The noble young master's face was also very ugly. In this one-on-one fight, he was actually at a disadvantage. He had actually lost. As one of the 12 heaven generals, he naturally had his own pride. Even if he were to face another heaven general, he would not lose. The 12 heaven generals were the most powerful group of people. They had always been the most formidable martial artists. They would always be defeated and replaced by even more formidable martial artists. Unless they became king-ranked martial artists, this would not change. Generation after generation, the legend of the 12 divine generals continued to solidify and become more and more terrifying. This was the first time that he did not have the upper hand against someone other than the 12 divine generals. Chapter 26:41. He retreated continuously, but Yi Shiwen did not give him a chance to catch his breath. While everyone was still in shock, Yi Shiwen had already pounced on him like a ferocious tiger coming down the mountain, provoking the dignity of the celestial clan. Die! The young master was furious. He turned his hands over, and a divine sword appeared, slashing at Yi Shiwen on the spot. This treasured sword was very strange. Although it looked like it was made of white jade, in reality it was as hard as metal. A sea of stars burst out behind him, and blood actually began to flow out. Behind each sea of stars, there were countless piles of corpses. They were actually piled up by the experts he had killed in the past. The whole scene was extremely terrifying, but Yi Shiwen was not afraid at all. He directly resisted it on the spot. His hands were wrapped in endless lightning, and he was not afraid to clash with the sword. Moreover, he was not at a disadvantage at all. The young master's jade sword could split the stars, but it could not even cut through Yi Shiwen's hands. It was simply unimaginable. It was especially so for the experts of the Sky Clan. They knew the origin of this jade sword the best. This was the weapon held by one of the 12 Sky Generals of the previous generation. With the blessing of the generations, by the time of his generation, it was almost no less than a supreme divine artifact. It was extremely terrifying and had the power of some supreme divine artifacts. Many gods at the peak of the sage plane could not even react before they were cut to death. However, Yi Shiwen was actually able to resist it. How tyrannical was his body! Even the legendary body of the dragon race couldn't be compared with it. Yi Shiwen, that's Yi Shiwen. I was wondering why this name sounded so familiar. He is the guy who stole our clan's divine tool, the 10,000 spell roulette. What? The 10,000 spell roulette is also with him. That's great. Let's snatch it from him today. At this time, the experts of the Celestial Clan finally reacted. Yi Shiwen seemed to have stolen their divine tools. This hatred was absolutely irreconcilable. However, they couldn't get close to Yi Shiwen at this time. A battle of this level wasn't something they could participate in. Not to mention them, even the legendary invincible figures of the 12 divine generals had fallen into a disadvantageous position. They wouldn't have believed it if they hadn't seen it with their own eyes. As for the allied forces of the various races, they were also dumbfounded. This junior was much stronger than they had imagined. It was not something they could imagine at all. At this time they had already retreated, but the Tian clan experts could not. They still had to guard the entrance, so they could only form a supreme formation and barely protect themselves. But even so, under the fluctuations of the battle, even they would find it difficult to protect themselves, not to mention having the strength to fight back. Dang, dang, dang. They could only watch the noble young master constantly retreating under Yi Shiwen's offensive. Their hearts were racing. Was this still the invincible celestial general they knew? Was this still the strongest person they knew? That human was too strong? Wasn't it said that the Son of Heaven was invincible in the same realm? These words even caused the experts of their own Tian clan to have doubts, let alone the experts they had recruited. At this moment, they were completely scared out of their wits. Bang! Yi Shiwen suddenly slapped the body of that noble young master. Puff! The noble young master forcibly resisted this blow. He was not directly slapped away, but he also spat out a mouthful of blood. He was seriously injured. The muscles of his whole body were trembling. This time, there was no way to use the mysterious frequency to resolve it. He could only rely on the tyrannical strength of his body to forcibly resist. He had already fought with the golden dragon of Dragon Island. It was almost known as one of the creatures with the strongest body. That battle was earth-shattering. Although the golden dragon's body was unparalleled and its magical power was terrifying, In the end, it was still killed by him in a one-on-one fight. From then on, he had never met another creature that could compare to the golden dragon in terms of physique. At this point, he believed himself to be invincible. As for the human race, he didn't care at all. Not to mention the current humans, he didn't even care about the humans of ancient times who were said to have innate divine abilities. But now he realized that he was wrong. Moreover, he was very wrong. This human was the most terrifying demon in hell. He had fought in countless battles in his life. Some of them were incomparably difficult, but no one could force him to this point. Whether it was in the Celestial clan or among the geniuses of the various clans, he was the strongest. Countless powerhouses had fallen in front of him. However, it was a pity that Yi Shiwen was stronger and more terrifying than them. He had been completely suppressed after exchanging less than 1,000 moves. In fact, even a counterattack had become an extravagant hope. After an abnormal flush, his face became even gloomier. This was a kind of shame. The battle between him and the golden dragon lasted for a full 10 years. Now he was suppressed in just 1,000 moves. In the past, he did not even dare to think about it. He had never been bullied like this before. Bang! Yi Shiwen's palm was covered in 3 golden thunderbolts. It was like a huge roulette, crushing everything in its path. For him, the ultimate mystery of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist, the 6 paths of reincarnation, had already been grasped by him. He could display it any time and anywhere. He had also relied on the 6 paths of reincarnation to completely suppress this noble young master. Boom! The sky suddenly broke. Yi Shiwen's palm fiercely slapped the jade sword. It had to be said that this jade sword was very powerful. Although the others were shocked that Yi Shiwen could resist this jade sword with his bare hands, Yi Shiwen himself was shocked. This jade sword was really ridiculously strong. If it had been a regular high-quality god artifact, it would have definitely shattered after exchanging over 1,000 blows. However, this jade sword was only thrumming and suffering, but it did not truly shatter. This was already a miracle. It had to be said that this was a very powerful sword. Puchi! The palm of that noble young master directly burst open. Although Yi Shiwen's strength didn't break this jade sword, but the shock had passed through the sword and reached his palm. His perfect and flawless divine body suddenly burst open. His entire arm was numb, and he looked extremely miserable. My Tian clan is blessed by the heavens. Everyone is a genius, and I am a genius among geniuses. How can I fall behind others? The noble young master let out a shocking roar. His whole body was shining brightly, releasing a kind of supreme aura. Under his feet, a starry universe appeared. In this endless starry universe, all the corpses were piled up, and he stood on this mountain of corpses. He held the jade sword in his hand, looking down from above. It was boundlessly terrifying. He was about to launch a counterattack. He had already brought out his divine kingdom. He was planning to fight to the death with Yi Shiwen. Another group of arrogant idiots. Yi Shiwen sneered. Invincibility doesn't depend on words, nor does it depend on bloodline inheritance, but on one's own killing. You're still entangled with the so-called 12 divine generals, so you're already at a disadvantage, so you're not my opponent. You've already lost the will to compete. Even if you're given millions of years, you still won't have the possibility of achieving the Tao, right? So why, as the most talented 12 heavenly generals in the clan, you can only guard the door here? The person who chose the Tian clan's inheritance shouldn't be you. Shut up. The noble young master's expression changed slightly. If there was anything that made him unhappy, it would be this. Why? As one of the 12 heavenly generals, he was almost the strongest martial artist below the king-ranked realm martial artists in the Tian clan. Why did he have to give way? Why did he have to guard the door here? If the king-ranked realm martial artists had snatched it away, perhaps he would have nothing to say. However, this was not the case. The jade sword in the noble young master's hand started to hum. It immediately filled the sky with sword light. In an instant it attacked. Fast! 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 His speed was too fast. This was his unique mystic art. It could increase his speed to an extreme and was unparalleled in the world. However, Yi Shiwen remained motionless. Just as the sword light was about to fall, he suddenly moved. The sword light splashed out from his fingers. It was thousands of feet long and directly shot out. It cut a huge crack in the void. Swish! It was a battle of speed. The noble young master's speed was very fast, but Yi Shiwen's speed was even faster. There was actually an illusion that both of them were going to suffer at the same time. The noble young master was instantly shocked. In an instant he retreated more than 100,000 feet and stopped his attack. Yi Shiwen dared to exchange blows with him, but he did not dare to exchange blows with Yi Shiwen. The exchange just now had left a deep impression on him. At this moment, Yi Shiwen's body became a ball of golden light as he chased after the noble young master. The noble young master's body moved more than 100,000 feet away. However, he realized that Yi Shiwen was like a shadow following him. He had no intention of being shaken off at all. How can he be so fast? At this moment, he realized that not only was Yi Shiwen strong, but his speed was also ridiculously fast. Among the heavenly race, only a few of the 12 heavenly generals could catch up with Yi Shiwen's extreme speed. What's more, Yi Shiwen was able to catch up to him even though he had moved later. It was unbelievable. However, at this moment, Yi Shiwen did not give him any time to think. His fist came crashing down, and the 6 paths of reincarnation were smashed into the noble young master's body. Bang! This time, the noble young master finally could not take it anymore. He was sent flying, and his physical body cracked in the air. However, after a ball of golden light, he actually reformed. One could imagine how strong his divine body was. However, before the heavenly race people could heave a sigh of relief, a huge foot stepped down and actually cracked again. This time, the noble young master could not reform his body. Instead, his divine soul was destroyed. Chapter 2642. An extremely powerful 12 heavenly generals died in Yi Shiwen's hands just like that. His ferocity struck fear into everyone's hearts. Even the heavenly clans who had always been proud and arrogant were no exception. The pride and arrogance that they had was only for the outsiders. Among their deities, there were also people who could make them revere like gods. Among them, the 12 heavenly generals were the best of the best. In their hearts, the 12 heavenly generals could not be defeated by anyone. However, their myth and legend had collapsed right in front of them, just like their belief had collapsed. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, even they would not be willing to believe it. At this time, no one dared to approach Yi Shiwen for fear of dying tragically. In the face of the strong, even they had to lower their heads. Who knew what kind of character Yi Shiwen had? If he was a person with a bad temper, wouldn't they be miserable? They had to be cautious about this. At this time, Yi Shiwen had no interest in talking to them at all. He directly rushed over and rushed into the Kurfürst sect. He did not care about the experts of the heavenly clans who were guarding outside at all. None of the experts of the heavenly clans dared to stop Yi Shiwen. Even though their superiors had already issued a death order, it seemed that it was nothing compared to their own life and death. At the same time, many people were doing the same thing as Yi Shiwen. They also broke through the Kurfürst sect one after another. Ha 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 ha! The so-called 12 heavenly generals of the heavenly clan are only SOSO. Watch me rush over. A sickly-looking young man with a savage smile on his face rushed over. Along the way, there were countless corpses. Even the 12 generals of the Tian clan were unable to stop him. They could only watch helplessly as he rushed over. The 12 heavenly generals looked at the large group of people rushing over with a murderous look on their faces. They coldly gave the order to massacre, which made people shudder. How dare you stop me? I think you are all tired of living. an old demon, charged forward. Wherever he passed, the experts of the heavenly clan turned into flesh and blood and were swallowed by him. Such a scene happened frequently in the Kurfürst sects everywhere. Even the 12 heavenly generals could not really stop everyone. They could stop one, but they could not stop everyone. Not everyone could go on a killing spree like Yi Shiwen. Even the 12 heavenly generals of the heavenly clan were all killed like chopping melons and vegetables. However, it was already shocking enough. It was like a crack that was opening up one by one. More and more floodwaters rushed over. Sooner or later, the dam would collapse. With the strength of the celestial race to contend against all the other races, if they were at their peak, they might have been able to do it. But now, how could there be such a possibility? They were just relying on the advantage of being prepared to bully others who weren't prepared at all. Yi Shiwen rushed into the Kurfürst gate, only to feel a distortion of space and fluctuations he actually came to avoid. This void was very large, but he could be sure that it was not a complete world, because he could not feel that kind of complete world. He could only barely feel some fluctuations of law. Yi Shiwen rushed into the Kurfürst sect and only felt a distortion and fluctuation in space. He actually came to a void. This void was very large, but he could be sure that it was not a complete world because he could not feel that kind of complete world. He could only barely feel some fluctuations of laws. Yes. Even if Yi Shiwen didn't care about this so-called opportunity, his breathing instantly became somewhat rapid. Because according to the legend, behind the Kurfürst sect was the Kurfürst Road. Although everyone who obtained the so-called opportunities kept silent and would not say anything even if they died, many things before that were recorded by those who survived. They all knew very well that this throne was one of them. Legend had it that every throne represented an opportunity. There were a total of 9 thrones. There were only 9 in total because 9 was the limit. If one exceeded this number, they would encounter a natural moat. It seemed that there was a kind of existence in the dark that ruled everything. Because it had been too long, it was already impossible to calculate how many people had become emperors on the Kurfürst Road. Because not everyone who had obtained a fortuitous encounter had become emperors in the end. It was possible that they had gone into hiding and did not show up at all. It was also possible that they had completely perished. These things were very possible. At this time, Yi Shiwen seemed to have realized very clearly that there should be only one throne left. In other words, this time it was very likely to be the so-called last opportunity. He looked over and saw that the 9 thrones were equally vast and boundless. However, the remaining 8 thrones were faintly discernible with human silhouettes sitting on them. He couldn't see what these human silhouettes looked like. The only thing he could see was that these human silhouettes were extremely powerful. Each of them had the imposing aura of a monarch. Yi Shiwen had a firm will, but he still felt an impulse to kneel down in front of them. There was only one possibility, and that was that these figures were actually emperors. In other words, the legend was true. Indeed, someone had become an emperor through the opportunity of the Kurfürst Road. How terrifying was this? It wasn't because someone had attained the Tao, but rather it was because no one knew who had done such a thing. This was truly unimaginable. One must know that even if he wanted to forcefully raise his parents to godhood, it would be impossible. Yet, someone had actually managed to enlighten an imperial monarch. That was the most tyrannical existence in the heavens and realms. To think that it could be created in such a way. What kind of existence was that? Just thinking about it made him shudder. It seemed like a huge conspiracy, like a big bloody mouth that was about to swallow everyone. No wonder even Yi Wudi, with the foundation of the ancient heavenly court, said that he was in danger of dying. It was impossible for him to survive ordinary disasters. Who the hell is playing tricks here? It's simply scaring people. Yi Shiwen grinned. And now, apart from the 8 thrones, there was only one throne that had not yet had a real owner. It was still emitting a huge attraction, attracting people from all directions. Suddenly, he clearly noticed that there was a Qin character engraved on the throne. It seemed to be indicating something, but it was interrupted by someone. It was only an ancient character, Qin. Could it have something to do with the Qin Emperor? Speaking of which, this should be the second time after the Qin Emperor's generation that the Kurfürst Gate appeared. According to the ancient legend, the Kurfürst Road was naturally formed by the heavens to select the emperors. If there was someone among the people who came, the Kurfürst Road would open. Last time, it was the emperor of the Qin dynasty who asked the Kurfürst Gate to be opened. However, out of everyone's expectation, the emperor of the Qin dynasty not only did not agree to it, but also beat the Kurfürst Gate back. What secrets were hidden in it? His descendants were also very curious. Many knowledgeable people and many calm people thought that there might be something ominous in it. Otherwise, the Qin emperor would not have needed to beat the Kurfürst Gate back then. However, no one knew what exactly was in it. After that, the Qin emperor also kept his mouth shut and did not have the slightest intention to mention it. The Qin emperor was strong and invincible all his life. When he was in the king realm, he was almost invincible in the world. After obtaining the Tao, no one dared to ask him questions that he was unwilling to answer in front of him. And because of this mystery was also passed down to this day. And at this time, Yi Shiwen had a strong feeling that this mystery was about to be solved. However, despite the existence of such an unsolved mystery, some people were very curious about what happened to those who obtained the opportunity in the end. Why did no one appear in the end? It should be said that all the people who obtained the Tao from ancient times to the present were now gone. What exactly happened to them? But it was not enough to stop people's enthusiasm for the Kurfürst Road. After all, it was the only known opportunity and channel for them to ascend to the throne of the emperor. In that distant age, only the Qin emperor was known to have obtained the Tao with his own strength and succeeded. That person was also an amazing person like the Qin emperor. They did not have such confidence. Therefore, they still came one after another. Originally, the Qin emperor's generation should have been the last one. The Kurfürst Road should have collapsed. But because of the expectation of you, the Kurfürst Road has not found any qualified successor after such a long time. Or is it because the Kurfürst Road was also injured and they have just recovered? Yi Shiwen murmured to himself. He thought of a more horrifying possibility. If he guessed it right, it would be a shocking wave. Everyone would be torn to shreds. If that was the case, then the Kurfürst Road was probably not formed naturally, and someone was really choosing the Kurfürst Road. Then, what was his purpose, and how strong was his strength? And now, the last competition for the Kurfürst Road had also been delayed to the current generation. It would be more intense and more bloody because it was the last one. But also because it was the last one, it was even more impossible for those who were interested in the opportunity of the Kurfürst Road to let it go. Thinking of this, Yi Shiwen had a headache. He was very clear about how tempting this throne was to everyone. It should be known that even Yi Shiwen, who thought that he was not tempted at all, was a little tempted. After all, this was an opportunity that could let him get it easily. If he missed it with his situation, he was afraid that it would be impossible for him to really step into that level like most people. The top of the pyramid was always a game that only a few people played. Just when Yi Shiwen was distressed, many tyrannical figures had already appeared in this small space. Although they were much slower than Yi Shiwen, they were already very fast for them. Chapter 2643. As more and more people arrived, they also noticed the 9 thrones in all directions. 8 of the thrones were scattered in all directions, surrounding the throne in the middle. The phantoms sitting on the 8 thrones seemed to be chanting scriptures, guiding something to be born. Yi Shiwen seemed to be able to hear those scriptures. They were incomparably profound. Even Yi Shiwen couldn't understand them. It seemed as if it was another language, another level, and another system. However, it gave people a very mysterious and vast feeling. Everyone fell into a state of deep shock. Yi Shiwen looked at these virtual shadows sitting upright on the thrones. It seemed as if they were in extreme pain. Their faces would reveal a painful expression from time to time. However, Yishuin didn't dare to be sure because he couldn't see the virtual shadows clearly. Not to mention, he couldn't see their expressions clearly. He just had this inexplicable feeling. He smiled in his heart, thinking that he was thinking too much. After all, how could that be possible? If the ones sitting on the thrones were, as he had guessed, invincible geniuses who had obtained the opportunity and later became emperors, with their cultivation, who could make them feel pain, perhaps only they could make others feel pain. It was impossible for others to make them feel pain. And the masters of the Tian clan, who were one step ahead of Yishuin, formed a large formation surrounding the throne. It could almost be said that all the elites had come out. They were all masters at the peak of the sage realm, and they were even more terrifying than the masters guarding the Kurfürst's gate. And in the center of the entire formation, a master whose figure could not be seen clearly was floating above the formation, as if he was guiding something into his body. Although everyone did not know what the Heavenly Clan was doing, they were very clear about one thing, and that was that the Heavenly Clan was obviously here for the opportunity to become an emperor. In other words, it was very likely that their actions were related to that opportunity. And since it was related to the opportunity, they must not be allowed to succeed. Damn it, let's join hands and kill all of these Tian clan people first. It's been a long time since I've started a massacre. Suddenly, a loud roar came from afar. It was an incomparably huge violent ape. It was holding an incomparably huge axe in its hand. It looked like the legendary Pango axe that split the heavens and the earth. It was completely different from the stick-type weapons that other apes liked. This violent ape was covered with golden hair, and it had 6 ears, 3 on the left and 3 on the right. 6-eared macaque. There is a 6-eared macaque. Yishuin was shocked. It was almost a creature of myths and legends, and it was not like the Dragon Clan, which was also famous in the heavens. But after all, it was a huge group of creatures. The 6-eared macaque had been extremely rare since ancient times. Later on, their bloodlines simply disappeared. It was as if they had done something that angered the heavens, so they were punished. There were also people who said that this race had once angered a powerful imperial monarch, and it was the imperial monarch who had cursed their race to extinction. This curse had accompanied their bloodline for generations to come, never to be removed. Therefore, since then, the 6-eared macaque never appeared as a clan again. Every time it appeared, it at most appeared in the form of an individual. According to the speculation of many powerful experts, it should be the 6-eared macaque's bloodline in the divine ape. Every once in a while, someone would revive the 6-eared macaque's bloodline, so it was said that the 6-eared macaque would never disappear. However, in fact, it could not reproduce, and could only rely on this kind of lucky method to occasionally appear, which was no different from being extinct. The last time a 6-eared macaque appeared was already millions of years ago. There was once a heaven-defying monkey who turned the emperor's road upside down. Could it be this monkey? You monkey, you're not dead yet. Suddenly, another figure leaped out. They whistled and spread their wings, turning into a giant golden-winged rock. Millions of years ago, you secretly learned the supreme sacred technique of my clan and escaped by faking your death. Everyone thought you were dead, but to think that you are still alive. Hee, Big Bird, your golden-winged rock clan is indeed amazing, but are you sure you want to fight with me now? You are absolutely no match for me in the great rock sky-shining art. The 6-eared macaque chuckled, and his face seemed a bit wretched. He was not afraid at all, and he did not feel that there was anything wrong. Everyone felt a little nervous. It was said that the 6-eared macaque was born with supernatural powers. He could almost hear the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. His power was so great that there was nothing in the universe that he could not hear. That was why there was a saying that the arts could not be transmitted to 6 ears. It was said that for a period of time, in order to guard against these 6-eared macaques, they had to set up layers of enchantments to prevent them from hearing anything. For a long period of time, the 6-eared macaque was hated by everyone in the universe because of this matter. The golden-winged, great rock sky-shining art was a supreme technique passed down by their ancestors. It was said that the golden-winged, great rock sky-shining art was a supreme technique passed down by their ancestors. It could be said to be a top-notch technique. When cultivated to the extreme, it was not impossible to see the great Tao. However, this monkey had heard it and successfully cultivated it. Logically speaking, although the great rock sky-shining art was powerful, it was a technique created according to the characteristics of the golden-winged great rock clan. It was not something that ordinary people could learn. Even the phoenixes, the vermilion birds, and the other clans could not learn it. However, this monkey had actually done it. It was truly heaven-defying. You monkey, are you not afraid of death? This time, don't even think about escaping. Millions of years ago, the golden-winged great rock clan was not the only one whose supreme technique was eavesdropped. When the time comes, there will be people who will come to settle the score with you. The golden-winged great rock said coldly. However, he did not make a move. He was also very clear that compared to the opportunity to become a martial emperor, it seemed that nothing else mattered. Ha ha ha, what am I afraid of? This opening of Emperor's Road is already the last time. Whether I succeed or not, it is already the last time. Do I still need to pretend to be a coward? When I get out of the Emperor's Road, I will immediately break through. We are all in the titled king realm. Who am I afraid of? The six-eared macaque dared to show his face when he had so many enemies. Obviously, he had already made full preparations and had thought of everything. This was also the truth. These peerless geniuses were all peerless geniuses who dominated their generation. Some were even invincible demons who had swept away millions of years ago. However, for the sake of the Emperor's Road, which one of them did not pretend to be cowards and be careful? They looked mighty, but as long as they did not break through to the titled king realm, they could die at any time. Not to mention those old antiques who had reached the limits of their martial arts. Even those who were originally weaker than them could pose a huge threat to them after breaking through to the titled king realm. They could even kill them. Such things happened everywhere. They could not help but feel sad for the loss of their own kind. Moreover, the younger generation, like Yi Shiwen, didn't even know where their ancestors were when they were moving unhindered in the world. But now, they had caught up with them one after another. There was a feeling of the new generation replacing the old one. This made them feel incomparably uncomfortable in their hearts. Now, all of this was finally going to end. Whether or not they could obtain the opportunity, this was the last opportunity to become a martial emperor. They would fight for it one last time. The days of pretending to be cowards were finally going to end. After this, they would let the whole world know how terrifying they were and reclaim the glory that belonged to them. Her, do you still have the mood to fight among yourselves here? Can't you see that the heavenly race is about to succeed? Let's kill those heavenly race people first. Then we will fight for it. Do you have any objections? Suddenly a figure walked out. It was a man who seemed to be immersed in flames. The flames were burning fiercely. It was as if he was the embodiment of fire in this world. I did not expect that even you, Xinghua, did not die. You have disappeared for more than 1,000,000 years. Did I really think that you were dead? A lazy voice spoke. A sickly-looking young man walked out. You still look so sickly, young Master Emptiness. Xinghua looked at the young man and said, The last time we fought was more than 1,000,000 years ago. I wonder if you have improved in the past 1,000,000 years? You do not need to worry about this. Anyway, when the time comes, you will know. Ha ha ha. None of you are willing to make the first move. I do not mind. I have been unhappy with these heavenly race people for a long time. They really think that they're something. They are just a bunch of leftover evildoers. Young Master Emptiness laughed. Then he made his move. With a divine light that filled the sky, he attacked and suppressed the big array. After Mr. Emptiness, one terrifying aura after another also made their moves. Every single one of them was no weaker than Mr. Emptiness. These were all monstrous geniuses who had shocked the world for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. Their abilities were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In fact, they were not even from the same world. Many people could survive against king-ranked realm martial artists. They had extraordinary skills. Yi Shiwen was not in a hurry to make his move. There was no need. The heavenly race could not withstand the joint attack of so many terrifying monsters. He looked at these monsters with interest. All of them matched the list of experts that he had scouted before. Many of them had died many years ago, but now they had appeared here. As expected, rumors were not trustworthy. These people had hidden their names and waited until today for this moment. After that, those monstrous talents could not attack casually. The 12 heavenly generals of the heavenly race dared to come. Moreover, there was more than one. Any one of these 12 heavenly generals could rival these monstrous talents. There were not just 12 of them. It should be said that the previous 12 heavenly generals had all appeared. Although they were defeated and eliminated, they were not weaker than these arrogant and despotic, monstrous talents. For a moment, the entire scene was a chaotic battle. Suddenly, Yi Shiwen heard a familiar voice. "Wu Zimo, how dare you?" Chapter 2644. Yi Shiwen looked up and saw that in a corner of the battlefield, Wu Zimo was chasing a golden figure. It was none other than the young Kuan-Pong. Over the years, he had not been in the Kurfürst Road, so no one knew that Yi Shiwen had left the Kurfürst Road. The young Kuan-Pong had become the target of many people. Wu Zimo had even chased after the young Kuan-Pong several times in order to force Yi Shiwen out. He did not know that Yi Shiwen had already left, so everything was useless. But the young Kuan-Pong was very stubborn. Even though he was targeted by many openly and secretly and had escaped from death several times, he did not say that Yi Shiwen had already left. Over the past 100 years, the young Kuan-Pong had been hunted down hundreds of times. Many times, he had to pay a terrible price to escape. However, the effect of this was also very obvious. While other people of the same generation were not qualified to participate in this scuffle between evildoers and antiques, he could. Although he was only half a step into this realm, and his combat power was far inferior to Yi Shiwen's, he had already left other people of the same age behind by a large margin. Where is Yi Shiwen? Why is he not here? Is he not qualified enough to be here? Then I'm so disappointed. Wu Zimo had a sinister smile on his face as he laughed heartily. In his hands, countless stone chi began to condense, turning into chains of laws. Most of them protected him, and only some of them attacked the young Kuan-Pong. He did not use his full strength, but even so, the young Kuan-Pong was still in a difficult situation. Although the young Kuan-Pong was already much stronger than ordinary people at the peak of the Sage Realm, he still did not have any advantage when facing Wu Zimo. Instead, he was completely at a disadvantage. Wu Zimo, you were only born a few years earlier than me. If I were your age, I would have beaten you up in minutes. The young Kuan-Pong was jumping up and down as he was being chased, and he kept cursing. If you want to blame someone, then blame that damned Yi Shiwen. He killed my brother and made my heart ache. So, I will kill you and let him have a taste of that pain. Ha ha ha. Wu Zimo's eyes were bloodshot and his expression seemed to be somewhat crazy. He didn't even care about the so-called emperor opportunity that was so close at hand. One could imagine what kind of impact Yi Shiwen's killing of Wu Ziyu had on him. It's your younger brother who deserves to die. Both of you brothers deserve to die. Young Kuan-Pong roared. You're courting death. Wu Zimo was enraged. A chain of nomological laws formed from stone energy instantly pounced down, wanting to pierce through the young Kuan-Pong. Whoosh! There was a violent piercing sound, and a ball of lightning appeared out of thin air. It appeared so suddenly, or rather, it was so fast that it was able to deceive everyone's eyes. It suddenly appeared on the battlefield and instantly destroyed the stone chi chain of laws. If you want to find me, then come. There's no need to vent your anger on others. A cyan-clothed youth appeared on the battlefield along with a dull voice. It was none other than Yi Shiwen. "You finally appeared! You finally appeared!" When Wu Zimo saw who it was, the ferocious expression on his face became even more conflicted. However, he wasn't surprised by Yi Shiwen's appearance. Perhaps among so many people, he might even have more confidence in Yi Shiwen than young Kunpeng. He would definitely appear, and he would definitely appear on time. He did not believe that Yi Shiwen would not appear at such a crucial moment. If not for the fact that king-ranked formidable martial artists were not allowed to enter, all the king-ranked formidable martial artists would have already swarmed in. No one could resist the temptation of the opportunity to become a Dharch. Not even he was an exception. However, his hatred for Yi Shiwen made him want to kill Yi Shiwen first before he went to snatch that opportunity. No matter how he hid in these hundreds of years, he would definitely appear at the final moment. And now, everything seemed to verify his thoughts. "Big brother, why are you back again?" Young Kunpeng was a little surprised to see Yi Shiwen among these people. Only he knew that Yi Shiwen wasn't hiding at all. Instead, he had already left the Kurfürst Road. "I had no choice. Someone is stirring up trouble in the Kurfürst Road. There's nothing I can do if I don't come." Yi Shiwen was referring to the heavenly clan masters of the Heaven Alliance, but Wu Zimo thought that Yi Shiwen was referring to himself. Yi Shiwen had come specifically for him. A cruel smile appeared on his face. "Yi Shiwen, I let you escape last time, but this time you won't be so lucky. No one will come to save you," Wu Zimo said in a cold voice. Previously, Yi Shiwen had done that to him at a crucial moment. That was why he had missed a golden opportunity. He still remembered that incident until now. "Do you think I need it?" Yi Shiwen said coldly, "I didn't come for you, but it's fine. I can take care of you at the same time, lest you become a scourge like now." Wu Zimo's expression was even colder. His aura changed and became fiercer. The sword in the stone had already appeared in his hand. He was also wearing a stone robe. This stone robe had ancient patterns on it. It looked extremely ancient and profound. It didn't seem to be as simple as the condensation of ordinary stone energy. It was more like a companion magic treasure, like the sword in the stone. Could it be that Wu Zimo had two accompanying Dharma treasures? He was also secretly surprised. Normally, even for a holy spirit in the stone, it was already very difficult for it to have a companion magic treasure, let alone two. But thinking about it carefully, it was not impossible. Although Wu Zimo was not as amazing as Ji Renwang, who had entered the ranks of monstrous geniuses when he opened the Kurfürst Road for the first time, he had already entered the ranks of monstrous geniuses on the second time. Although he was not as amazing as Ji Renwang, he was also one of the top geniuses in their generation. Only the two of them had managed to step into this realm. One could imagine how difficult it was to achieve this. Yi Shiwen, go all out. I will kill you when you go all out, so that you will never be able to transcend. Wu Zimo's expression was indifferent. It was as if he had become a completely different person. He had changed back to his usual cold and ruthless self. "No need. If I feel that it is dangerous, I will naturally use my full strength. But I think it is far from enough if you are alone." Yi Shiwen said lightly, "Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish." As Wu Zimo said this, he stabbed his sword towards Yi Shiwen. The speed was extremely fast, and the stone chi exploded in an instant. It was incomparably dazzling, a kind of light that belonged to stone chi. It directly lit up half of the sky, causing chaos in the aura of the world. If it had been any other time, it would have definitely attracted the attention of countless people. But at this time, no one was paying attention. Everyone was fighting, especially when the approaching aura was getting stronger and stronger. Everyone knew that they could not let the heavenly race continue like this. Otherwise, they would have no chance at all. The battles in other places were more intense than here. Who would pay attention to this place? Probably only the young Kunpeng would pay attention. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on the two of them. It was rare to see such a monstrous battle. He was already half a step into this realm, but if he wanted to truly step into this realm, it would not be an easy task. This was the limit of the combat power of the Sage Realm. It was like a forbidden zone. Stepping into the forbidden zone would make one the king of the Sage Realm, the invincible realm. Some experts at the peak of the Sage Realm, even if they successfully entered the king-ranked realm, were not able to step into this realm. In a sense, this had become a symbol. To become a king-ranked martial artist, one did not necessarily have to pass this stage. However, if one could break through from this stage to become a king-ranked martial artist, he would be very strong the moment he entered the king-ranked realm. He would not be one of the weakest. Many people used this limit as a way to further their training. Not everyone could persevere through it. Only a rare few could succeed. Wu Zimo's hair seemed to have turned into strands of stone chi, dancing in the sky. When he attacked with all his strength, his aura rose to the peak, and only then did it slow down slightly. He had already reached the most powerful and fundamental level that this realm could reach. If he continued to get stronger, he would be in the king-ranked realm. He had not surpassed it yet, and he did not dare to do so. Breaking through the shackles of the realm in this cursed road was practically courting death. Very strong. Even Yi Shiwen had a slightly startled feeling. Boom! Wherever the sword Qi passed, the sky and earth cracked, and even time and space were destroyed. It looked extremely terrifying, as if a king had descended. At this moment, Yi Shiwen also made his move. In an instant, he clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and punched out. The surrounding space was distorted to resist this earth-shattering power. It turned into the 6 paths of reincarnation and collided with Wu Zimo's stone chi. It was a head-on collision, and Wu Zimo did not back off at all. Time and space collapsed endlessly, instantly becoming chaotic. Scenes of space-time disorder were everywhere. In the entire Kurfürst heaven, many ancient matrices began to come to life in an instant. Even the will of the world and space automatically gave birth to many natural matrices in order to resist the destructive power to prevent the Kurfürst heaven from being smashed into pieces. They were all powers infinitely close to the king-ranked realm. When all of them were added together, it was even more terrifying than the full power of a real king-ranked realm expert. At this realm, one could almost be called a quasi-king. This was the eruption, collision, and confrontation of the strongest powers on the Kurfürst road. In order to fight for the last opportunity, everyone went crazy. Bang! With a loud sound, Wu Zimo's body shook violently and he kept retreating. Chapter 2645. In the fight with Yi Shiwen, just now, Wu Zimo was at a disadvantage. This was not a strange thing. Although he was conceited, he knew that he was not invincible. He had not reached that point yet. However, how could this person be Yi Shiwen? Hundreds of years ago, if Yi Shiwen did not use the Avicii sword at the critical moment to severely injure him and escape, he would have been defeated by Wu Zimo in one move. It was precisely because of this impression that he didn't take Yi Shiwen seriously. Last time, he was only careless and let Yi Shiwen succeed. But this time, he wouldn't let Yi Shiwen succeed so easily. He even put on the stone armor that he rarely wore. As Yi Shiwen guessed, his companion magic weapons were more than Wu Ziyu's. One for offense and one for defense, it could be said to be very balanced. He asked himself that even if Yi Shiwen were to use that unknown ominous sword, it would still be impossible for him to succeed as he had done before. However, he had never expected that Yi Shiwen didn't intend to use that ominous sword. Instead, Yi Shiwen had repelled him with just a clash of strength. This made him feel even more incredulous. However, he quickly stabilized his body and mind. He almost immediately rushed towards Yi Shiwen. His speed was extremely fast, like a ball of light. His stone sword slashed horizontally, bursting out with amazing power. This sword was really invincible. The burst of sound waves spread out in all directions. This was not the ordinary silver wolf, but the sound of the great Tao. At this moment, he looked like a sleeping god from hundreds of millions of years ago. At this moment, he seemed to have awakened and shattered everything. However, it was a pity that he could not continue his invincibility in the end because he encountered Yi Xuan. His strength was still inferior after all. Yi Xuan's reaction was not slow at all. He casually used the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. It could be said that many years ago he still needed to use all his strength and even exhaust his entire body's strength to use the 6 paths of reincarnation fist. Now he did not need to do so at all. It could be seen that Yi Xuan's strength had improved many times over the years. It was simply unimaginable. Boom! The 6 paths of reincarnation fist and the stone sword collided again. Yi Xuan still had the upper hand. Boom! Boom! Bang! Wu Zimo kept retreating after every collision. It was as if he had met his nemesis. There was no way for him to regain the upper hand, let alone defeat Yi Xuan. At this moment, the battle finally attracted the attention of the other monstrous geniuses. Although Wu Zimo could be considered as a new monstrous genius, his fame was not small at all. It was as if he had accompanied Ji Renwang to become famous throughout the world. It was unknown whether he was lucky or not. But almost every time Ji Renwang was mentioned, he would be mentioned as a secondary character, mostly to highlight Ji Renwang's strength and fearsomeness. However, everyone knew very well that Wu Zimo was not as weak as many people thought he was. On the contrary, he was very strong, very strong. Even if he was a new monstrous genius, he would not be much weaker than the veteran experts among them. However, in the continuous confrontation with Yi Xuan, he didn't fall into a disadvantageous position at all. There were even a few bloodstains on his body. Although it was only a little bit, but it still made many people feel surprised. How is this possible? With Wu Zimo's strength, even if he doesn't have the upper hand, he shouldn't fall into such a disadvantageous position. How is this possible? I don't believe it. How can Yi Xuan be so strong? If Wu Zimo can only be regarded as a new monstrous genius, then Yi Xuan shouldn't even be regarded as a new monstrous genius. I only heard that Yi Xuan had been chased for hundreds of years. I didn't think that he would be too strong. I didn't expect him to be so strong. Could it be that another Ji Renwang has appeared? Many people were secretly surprised. Even among these monstrous geniuses, Ji Renwang was a myth and a legend. Not only was he an invincible monstrous genius who entered the Kurfürst road for the first time, but he also quickly became a powerhouse among these monstrous geniuses. No one dared to provoke him. Now that they saw Yi Xuan, they suddenly felt as if they had encountered another Ji Renwang. A little interesting. In the distance, Ji Renwang also heard people's discussion. He turned his head and saw that Yi Xuan had defeated Wu Zimo again and again. He didn't know if he was saying that Yi Xuan's strength was very interesting or that this scene was very interesting. Ji Renwang, you dare to be distracted while fighting with me? I think you are really courting death. In front of Ji Renwang, there was a 2-headed silver wolf. Its huge body was like a small mountain, blocking in front of Ji Renwang, not letting him advance even a little bit. Although he was not willful, in fact, he was also one of the 12 heavenly generals. He was once known as the most powerful of the 12 heavenly generals. However, later on he retreated, not because he was defeated. Many people thought that Jiang Yi had either attained the king-ranked realm or had passed away. If not for the fact that he had reappeared this time, many people would have forgotten about him. The strength of the Celestial clan had unknowingly reached a horrifying level. Noisy! Ji Renwang said coldly. In his hand, a golden light suddenly exploded and turned into countless light threads, unexpectedly wrapping around the 2-headed silver wolf. How is this possible? How is it possible that I can't break free? The 2-headed silver wolf suddenly realized in horror that it was actually unable to break free from these golden threads. One must know that its strength could be said to be able to uproot mountains and rivers. It could even kill the legendary golden dragon. How could it be possible that it was unable to break free from these golden threads? What's so strange about this? Have you ever heard of the merit rope? Ji Rinwang said coldly, "A virtuous weapon? How could you possibly have such a legendary thing? Only those who have done great deeds to the heavens and the earth can receive some of the virtuous weapons from the heavenly Tao. As long as you refine it into a weapon, it can immediately increase the quality by several levels." The two-headed silver wolf almost immediately thought of something. What? He was already very old and could be said to be very knowledgeable. Coupled with the memories inherited from his bloodline, he could know a lot of mysteries that ordinary people could not possibly know. In his impression, the most terrifying magic treasure of the human clan was naturally the legendary heaven and earth exquisite, mysterious, yellow pagoda that could not be touched by anything. What he had was not refined by mixing in a little bit, but was completely refined by the legendary virtue. Its power was extraordinary, and no matter what kind of technique or ability it was, it would not be able to touch its body. The pagoda would automatically collapse, sweeping away almost everything. Even the Tian clan had suffered greatly from this magic tool. However, merit was something that could not be bought or found. Everything could only depend on the heavens. Therefore, even if many people were envious of it, they could not obtain merit. And this merit rope was naturally not as terrifying as the legendary heaven and earth exquisite, mysterious, yellow pagoda. However, he was not like those invincible kings and emperors in the ancient myths. It was more than enough to deal with him. He found that the meritorious rope was getting tighter and tighter, but he couldn't move at all. Soon he was strangled to death by the meritorious rope. His body was cut into pieces by the fine strings of light in the sky. His primordial spirit was destroyed and nothing was left. Ji Rinwang did not feel the slightest joy after destroying one of the famous 12 heavenly generals. It was as if he had done something insignificant. He only turned his gaze towards Yi Shiwen. The battle over there was at its most intense moment. "Wu Zimo, didn't you say that you would come to kill me today?" Yi Shiwen roared. Once again, a 6 paths of reincarnation fist came crashing down. The wheel of the 6 paths of reincarnation fist was simply a millstone that could destroy the world. Wu Zimo was directly sent flying by the fist. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Some people actually saw cracks on his body. It was simply unbelievable. Was this still the majestic Wu Zimo of the past? It seems that this is the end. Today, Yi Shiwen will write a new legend, and this legend will be written with Wu Zimo's blood. Many people sighed in their hearts. However, they became even more vigilant. These monstrous geniuses were known as invincible. They had indeed attracted a lot of attention. It could be said that there were many people who wanted to challenge them. If they were not careful, they might follow in their footsteps. Naturally, they also did not want this to happen. Yi Shiwen, even if I die today, you will die with me. Wu Zimo roared. He was standing there. The stone sword in his hand and the stone armor on his body were bursting with amazing light. His body was also bursting with endless light. In the sky, the law of the stone path had become so obvious that ordinary people could see it with their naked eyes. A law was constantly roaring around his body, like a giant dragon. It was constantly accumulating a terrifying power. Behind him, various figures appeared one after another. Almost all of them were heroes of various races, exuding a kind of terrifying aura. Heavens! Could it be that these people were all experts who were defeated by Wu Zimo? No, killed by him? Damn! I also see some familiar faces among them. How many people has he killed? Some monstrous geniuses were secretly surprised. No matter what Wu Zimo wanted to do, this scene was enough to show how powerful Wu Zimo was. It was not that he was not strong enough. It was just that Yi Shiwen was too strong. This had become a well-known fact. Boom! In an instant, these figures shattered one after another. Then they turned into a torrent and rushed into Wu Zimo's body. At this moment, Wu Zimo became incomparably powerful. He gritted his teeth and his face was ashen. It seemed that he was enduring some kind of extreme pain. However, his expression was extremely excited and ferocious.